spite are useless. My whole body's covered in bruises, consumed by the clueless, so full of lies and excuses. I've let you take enough from me. I'm jumping ship to watch you sink. When you look back and I'm still standing, remember every time you, it makes me stronger than before. When you, it fuels the fire even more. So give me all you got, I'll get back to what you got. If there's one thing you should learn about me, don't ever tell me.
Vegas SMITE fans, how are we doing today? Woo. I like that. We got a mighty crowd here. Crazy games yesterday, ended with a 3-game banger yesterday, and it's only gonna get better because we're about to start with NA versus EU. Are y'all ready for that? Inter-regional matchup, let's go. All right, well, let's get the teams on stage, why don't we? Let's give it up for team name, but with 5M's. Five M's are our NA team, but of course, we have our EMEA juggernauts. Give it up for Team Risk. I can't wait to see how it all shakes out, but to break it all down before we get started, we got Gore, Hazer, and Trelly at the desk. Back to you guys.
Welcome back into the desk, everyone. As we get ready for the first best of 5 of the tournament SMITE 2 Founders Series. Again, here in the beautiful HyperX Arena Las Vegas. And we were trying to remember all the teams these guys had played on, because Trelly was, and this is why it was like 3 months ago you did an interview where we learned that the RISK stands for teams
that they've all played on
One
together.
The K has to be Knights, right?
It's Kings.
Kings?
Renegades
oh,
and Signum,
oh
something, Kings.
Yeah, so S for something, that works.
Yeah, I was thinking, I know it's not Splice, I'm just thinking of S names from the past. Soar? No, that's not it either.
SK?
Don't think so.
Well, hey, you know what?
The chat's probably spamming it.
You know what we'll do? We'll go to youtube.com/SmitePro and we'll check out that video and watch that interview again, and we'll be able to figure it out. There's a lot of fun, I think, that's going to happen here. Again, these two teams, they're fun to watch on their own, and now that they get to play against each other, I think it's just going to exceed expectations. I'm really, really excited to see, because I don't think we've gotten to see them. I don't think they did when we did the group stage. I think they were on opposite sides, so this is going to be the first and maybe only, depending on how the lower bracket goes, time we see these teams face off. And so let's look at how that's going to work out. Again, 5M's versus Team Risk. That's where we're at. Best of 5 up there. Smoke Break Food Drive waiting in the wings. That's going to be a best of 3. Winner of that one will face the loser of this one. Loser, of course, of that second matchup is just gone. Then we'll get Smoke Break, Food Drive, whoever, versus 5M's, Risk, whoever. Winner of that, grand finals. Loser of that, gone. Then we'll figure it all out tomorrow. Who gets to win? Who is the SMITE 2 Founders Series champion? Who is, after a long, grueling tournament process going through an open bracket, then the Swiss stage, then we had a group stage, then we had a playoff stage, then we had a knockout LAN. After all of those 5 various stages, who actually gets to lift the trophy at the end is going to be really, really interesting. The only thing that I have written down, well, that's not true. The only thing for the set that I have written down, because I have a bunch of notes for me, was Scream Bologna ban Trelly, parentheses, not like game 1, but game 3 or later.
Oh, you got it all down now.
Yeah, well, I had to parentheses, it just says G1, but that's shorthand for game 1.
I mean, at this point, I think that like early on, our traditional bands, things like Aladdin, Afro, Ulu, or Gad, like those are gonna come through. And then as the set goes through, especially for best of 5,
That's when we get silly.
you make your adaptations, and that's when we're gonna see that blow.
Well, you heard us talk a little bit about it, prior, I guess, overall, right? Because we alluded to it because we can't help ourselves. But we also have, I believe, Malum and Trelly, who we can bring into Malum and Trelly. Trelly's
right here.
Aggro, who we can bring into the conversation. And you guys, I'm kind of curious as to how you're feeling. First off, both your hair looking on point.
Look fresh.
Thank you. Thank you.
They
feeling a little more
together.
fresh than
One
yesterday.
leans into
Trelly,
the
your
left,
hair
one
looks
leans into the right.
fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you. As was yours. No, I'm excited, Malum. How are you feeling?
I am so pumped up. There always feels like there's that one matchup in the semifinals that everybody looks forward to. Is like, how did we even get this as a semifinals matchup? It could be the grand finals matchup. And of course, regardless, it could still be the grand finals matchup. But I think it's impossible for it to not live up to the hype in some aspects. And you've got some aspects of the revenge game for some members of both these teams from Worlds of Year 10. You really can't beat that too much.
No, and it's our first like NA versus EMEA matchup, which is always really hype. And I think we've seen already some pretty clear stylistic differences between what NA thinks is good versus what EMEA thinks is good. I'm excited to see how it shakes out for sure.
I am too, but hey, we got to get things rolling because we got to get to that point, get to the fun stuff. So guys, we're checked in, we're ready. Back over to you to break things down.
Their hair whooshes towards each other.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Especially with like the Team Risk Zeus in the background, who's also looking pretty dapper. It just makes sense.
That's just 3 great-looking guys that were on the screen, and then 3 other great-looking guys, but in a much smaller screen on the bottom
Bottom
left corner. Yeah, well, hey, we got there. Hold on. I know. I can hold up and see that it makes an L and know that that's left. Okay, we know. But this is, again, a really fun matchup, I think, overall, because, like they said, like, it feels like a big finals style match. It could still be a big finals style match depending on how the rest of the bracket goes, but like it's just like a kid in a candy store. There's nothing but good that I think we're about to see, as long as you just like Smite.
Yeah, and I do. I like Smite. I like to watch it. I think we mentioned it earlier that that the solo lane in this case is 2 players with quite similar styles. They both like to kind of support their team frontline alone, leaving their sort of supports to play more backline, and they're not too explosive in the lane. They just want to farm, get to that late game where they really perform. So I'm excited to drive down into Variety versus Cherio.
That's actually one thing when I talked about Cherry, not too long ago, and we got to talk to him. One of the things he straight up said, he's like, I do not care how many times I die in lane. I don't care if I lose my lane. He's like, because if I can out-rotate and out-team fight, then it does not matter what you just did. And I know we had mentioned it because I think looking at it, Cherio specifically, and like you said, looking at him kind of like versus Variety here, we mentioned the Hades a whole ton. This is, I believe, again, across a lot of Founder Series games. You can see games played 10 there. Again, that Hades has just been a really, really, really often picked thing for Cherio, but branches out, right? They've got a lot of shared gods. And one thing, Trelly, that kind of I see that's in common, again, is outside of, maybe that Hercules that I see and the Bologna there on the side of Variety, they are a lot of, well, also that Anubis. Get that out of here, man. Outside of that, it's a lot of gods that their main goal is, hey, I'm going to set somebody up.
Yeah, Jerry, he's got no problem playing the more defensive solo and just kind of chilling, but he also likes to hard carry if he can, right? Things like the Hades, like you mentioned. He can go and do all the damage himself, and something that we've talked about ad nauseum on the desk is just solo laners that are okay kind of foregoing a bit of farm, pushing their waves down, and just rotating, teleporting to the other side of the map, making duos life miserable. And what did we talk about in the pregame? Both of these squads love to play through their duo lanes. They love getting, Genetics and Mike ahead. They love getting Cyclone and Streak ahead. Having a solo laner like Cherry just to go over there and say, hey, let's invade purple. Let's pull gold. Things like that can be so annoying to try and deal with. Variety knows this. He's been around for a while. He knows how to deal with it. But I think a lot of the early team fights are going to be decided on who decides to come out of lane first.
And I know that was something, and actually, again, with talking to a lot of the solo laners, like that was their general consensus of like, hey, who uses, the teleport better, who's getting to the other side of the map and impacting Gold Fury. And that feels kind of like the style that I think we're going to get from both of these guys. It's going to be really fun to watch. Also, fun to watch if you really like solo lane matchups like that. Otherwise, I anticipate, and we'll probably break into this, that the duo lane will maybe be more explosive. But these guys, Again, they've been playing the game for a long time. They have a bunch of great thoughts on it, and specifically for thoughts on this one, we've got Variety standing by for an interview.
Thank you, Gorm. Here with Variety on Team Risk. And Variety, we're finally getting to the stage of the interregional matchups. And so I finally get to ask you this question. What do you think it is that EMEA does better than NA?
I think EMEA is a lot more experimental with the picks. I think players are in general a lot more flexible about how they want to play the game, and I think that's probably the main difference between two regions.
I mean, 5M's look pretty strong right now, and so what do you think is the biggest challenge against this team? Like, what player are you looking at that you think is the biggest threat?
I don't think it's any specific player. I think they're all really good, and they can all have their moments. I think it's just being better in general as a team and playing the map better as a team, and that's probably the main thing we're looking to do.
I mean, how have the picks and bans stage has been with, the new patches that have come out? There's a lot of flex, a lot of variety, no pun intended, and what the god rolls that you can pick and choose are. So, like, are things changing on the fly while picks and bans are happening, or are you guys usually able to stick to your strategy?
With the changes, there's a lot more flexing going on, and I think to counter that, you have to pick a more generalized god, which can be basically blind picked and played into any matchup. I think that's what's happening a lot right now. Like, I think the aspects in general, some of them are pretty OP and some of them are not so good. For example, like Thanatos. So it's more like just recognizing what's good and what you want to play the most and just going from there.
Well, Variety, good luck to you in your match today, man. Gore, back to you.
I really want to touch on the interview, but the EMEA Grand Canyon NA sign is kind of something I've latched onto unintentionally here, Hazer.
I think that might be sign of the weekend so far.
You're going to have to put your name on it so they know it's been a Hazer
We got to
endorsed.
see more. I feel like we should have a little competition for that. Best sign of the weekend, but I think that's my leading one right now, Trelly.
Is it because
That's
EMEA
biased.
is on top and then the whole Grand Canyon and then NA? Is that what it meant?
Yeah,
Well,
it's like
really, doesn't it?
No,
Grand
I've
Canyon
heard
gap?
like Grand Canyon, like as that's the difference. But I thought they were like, I was looking at it like it was left and right, and I was like, they're pretty, they're far away from each other. I was like, that's true geographically. It took me a while to realize it was a diss.
Yeah, if it said Atlantic, you would know that it was just like, no, geographically, like they are separated by a large amount of water. No, I think you get to hear a little bit, right? Knowing like the aspects, like there's so much flexibility in the game. Variety's kind of mentioning like you need to pick something that is just kind of good into your matchups because sometimes you don't know, hey, is that a jungle? Is that a solo? Is that a carry? Like, what am I facing against? I just need something that lets me do me. And so I feel like that's going to be a little bit that we see from Team Risk. Curious how Team Name But with 5M's feel the same way because we've got Cherio on stage standing by now for an interview.
Thank you, Gore. Of course, we got to get to the NA side with Cherry, the solo laner for 5M's. And Cherry, I just got done asking Variety, what they thought EMEA does better. And he said, you guys are a little more experimental. Do you think that's a fair analysis of 5M's?
Yeah, I'd say that's probably true. I think we don't follow the meta to a T like other teams. Like, I think which gives us more flexibility in draft, but makes maybe like less practice the comps that we have to play.
And so what do you think NA does better than EMEA?
I just think we have maybe opened our minds a little bit more, willing to do things that are out of the box. I don't think it's NAAU per se. I think it's just like maybe just different mindset for teams. Like, I think it's team specific. It's not a region thing.
Well, Team Risk look like they're kind of back to their usual selves after the knockout land, taking down the team that beat them. What do you think makes Team Risk so strong, and what are you looking out for against them? Is there any particular player or any particular problem that you're anticipating?
Honestly, I think they're just the most solid team here. Like, they play solid smite. They don't do anything too crazy. They have like good backliners. They have a supportive support, and they have like really selfless jungle solo. So, I mean, we know what to expect. We're not going to be surprised.
It's a long series, best of 5. It could go the distance here. What are you telling your team in those, those long distance matches? How do you guys keep your stamina up?
Just play calm. I think usually the first set was maybe like a little bit hectic, frantic a little bit, but now that we're in a best of 5, we're going to be a lot more calm. We just need to stay calm, and I'm sure we're going to do well.
All right, Cherry. Well, good luck in your match, man. That's Cherry from 5M's. Back to you, Gore.
I think one thing that 5M's gets to bring, and admittedly, you look at this and like, well, I guess we said pretty much everyone but Benny Hugh. I'd have to look at Risk, top to bottom, but like a lot of these guys have been on stage before. They've been in high pressure situations before. They've won championships before. Like, it's not a new territory to be in for a best of 5 that is a little high pressure. for them to just be able to say, you know what, and like Cherry, again, last year being the coach whose job literally it is to say, hey guys, no reset, let's get like settled, let's get back into this. When you've got that, with Mike, like it just feels like on 5M's side, they've got a lot of experience very recently, Shelly, making sure that everyone stays calm. We could talk a little bit more though, as we get to Picks and Bans game number 1 of this best of 5M's versus Risk. It will be 5M's on the first pick side. I told you you're gonna get tired of hearing me say this, but 2 bans per team, very, very important, as that has changed coming into this tournament. Aphrodite up front, the Athena comes through, and maybe a couple of gods that we've expected in terms of bans so far, but this is where I always start to lose my will to predict.
Are we sticking with the A theme here? Afro gone, Athena gone. Will Aladdin go here? That's the really interesting one. Risk did opt to ban it, and 5M's ban Aladdin on first pick side after Team Risk did not pick it against Smokebreak. That is a really interesting change to the draft here.
I kind of wish they had stuck with the A gods, but I guess it kind of makes sense to ban the Thor first pick as well. I mean, admittedly, Chelly, we've seen this have flex, right? It can go into solo lane, as we've seen. We've seen Scream take it into the jungle, so like there is a lot of places for this to potentially run into.
I'm just baffled that Thor was the priority pick. That's the real difference for me. I mean, Thor, if you're building the hybrid build, which Scream has been going, has had tons of success, but I don't imagine Lasbro was just itching to play Thor, you know? Like, maybe Variety wanted it, but you're giving up the Yamoja, which is pretty scary. The Blona, not the end of the world. Definitely a pick that Variety likes to go to, but you know, not the end of the world.
We're getting PBM Ymir versus Genetics Yamoja.
Yeah.
And there is, guys, if you care anything about support and setup, like that is going to be a really fun matchup to watch. The walls, the riptides, like all of that, Hazer's insane.
Is gonna be
super interesting. It seems that Risk did not opt to go for the Medusa here, which we've seen very high priority up to this point in the tournament. We've seen kind of Medusa and Ullr traded out over these games, and they've kind of, I want to say that this is part of their plan, to have Cyclone Spin pick that and then grab the Yamoja for the walls and the Bellona for the dive. Medusa, fantastic character, but that dash can be quite unsafe. And I think we're going to see Ra in the mid lane here for Theeks. Theeks, very consistent character.
Actually interesting, because I feel like Theeks and Binniq are like the two that would override their solo laners and say, I don't care if he's good over there, I don't care if you can play him well, I want my Ra, locking that in. I'm really curious, and I want to pick your brains. Thor and Thanatos, which one's better where? Because I feel like we've seen both solo, both jungle to mix success on either bag.
Yeah, at this point, I like, if I did get to see like who the characters were, right, who the teams were, I would say I just like Thor better in solo, but I would much prefer Scream.
Now, this is the thing that's going to be fun. You'll see it probably in just a second as it comes true. But what we're seeing and what we've been talking about is the opposite of what's been true, which is to say Team Risk, other side of where it is. So it was Team Risk with the Thor, Medusa, Ymir, Thanatos, Hecate, and then 5M's on the other side. So still, first off, still chills in the matchup for the supports for me, but that does change a little bit of this context.
This makes so much more sense.
Binniq loves playing Raw mid, and so that lines up. But okay, so Hazer, now up front, knowing that lineup, what changes about maybe some of the thoughts you've had?
I like the Ymir Medusa lane a little bit more for Genetics and Streak. I think Genetics on this Ymir, I know he recently lost a Game 5 in a Worlds final on it, but I still think it's a great pick for him. I think he's really, really good on this god, and I think I like it into the Yamoja a lot of the time. I think against Yamoja in Joe lane, you do want to pressure her out and look for kills on her early, stop her getting to that late game, stop her controlling space, put her under pressure, and I like the Ymir for that.
Yeah, this makes so much more sense. I was going to say there's no shot that this Geb was going into Variety's hands. Cherry, of course, he can pilot this Geb in the solo lane. He can do it pretty darn well.
Now, I'm really excited to see what it's going to look like. It's game 1, Risk versus 5M's. Let's go to the casters and get it started.
It is time indeed. It's Malum and it's Aggro, and it is an incredible best of 5 between Team Risk and Team Name, but with 5M's, the upper bracket semifinals of the SMITE 2 Founder Series Championship.
Unbelievably excited for this setup, Malum. I mean, it's going to be such a sick set. So much story between these players. Our first NA versus EMEA matchup here in Vegas. And it's a pretty spicy set of comps, if you ask me. I mean, Benny Q gets his Raw. It is such an iconic pick for him, but it isn't one that is guaranteed to succeed. He's got to be accurate. Not a ton of easy setup until Cherry starts to come to the team fights. Then it gets a little bit easier for Benny.
I love the mention on the desk as well as Genetics playing that Ymir. Played it in Game 5 against PBM when the Jade Dragons won the World Championship. And looked great on it, but a lot of people talked about that Ymir after that matchup.
Well, that's because Mike had Atlas, and Atlas and Ymir is a much more difficult matchup than something like Umoja, in my opinion. I really like the Ymir here for Genetics, and I think that the playmaking potential that Ymir has in SMITE 2, he was already such a playmaker in SMITE 1, but even more so now in SMITE 2. As per usual, 5M's is starting in an odd way. This time it's Cyclone Spin starting on the far right-hand side. This is, I imagine, because he doesn't want to get caught by Genetics, who is hunting him on that left. Typically, you see the ADC, if they're starting alone, start on that purple. Because it's Jingwei, he can pretty easily clear some of these camps and then just fly back to the left-hand side. This start is going beautifully for 5M's because Genetics is doing literal, he just can't do nearly as much on the map as someone like Jingwei can. He stole a back camp, but look at what Cyclone's got. Blue buff, red buff, and now a little bit more.
Scream was also able to take away that speed buff from Lazara as well, who was on the right-hand side starting at the red. And Scream's still bullying, looking at Streak. The bludgeon will hit, not enough damage to kill, but Scream's been level 2 for a moment now, so that's gonna keep Team Risk from contest.
And this start is genius from 5M's, because what is Team Risk supposed to do here, Malum? Typically, if the jungler starts on your bottom left side, you would vertically jungle. Look exactly where Lazara's going, up top, but now there's nothing there.
Now Streak stuck again, the Phantom Shell's out, but the damage is on. There's a blink forward from Genetics to body block, and it works out to keep his ADC safe. If you're playing support at home, take notes.
Yeah, I don't know if it was necessary, but it was really cool.
It looks so cool.
Regardless, so we're going to take those. I just cannot say enough how much I love the start from 5M. It's set behind the duo lane. It's set Lazara behind. Yes, Scream and Lazara are about even, but look at the impact that Scream's had on the map. He's gotten a shell and a blink out all by himself.
Streak still in danger, can't step up that health disadvantage that Streak's been caught in. And now Genetics, same problem. First blood goes to North America.
You thought Scream was just gonna leave after he had already gotten both relics? I don't think so. He's gonna go steal your back camps, and then he's gonna show up right behind you and get the kill. This is the pressure that PBM teams are known for. This is the type of thing that they are going to throw at you. And Risk is a team that is very well versed in handling this type of situation, and they still make some mistakes in execution against it because the first time they've seen it here in SMITE 2, it's hard not to. But what a start for 5M's, coming in looking awfully prepared. From everything from the pick to the start, this is so ideal for a pick like Bologna, who can take that 2v1 into the level 1 duo lane on the enemy purple and force them out, get Streak up low, let Genetics be hanging by himself on that purple afterwards. That all started with where they just walked to at the very beginning of the match.
Those starts are the things we've been looking for in SMITE 2. It's a nice ball to stop the bludgeon there. Speaking of looking cool, those were the starts we wanted to see. And if you're just picking up SMITE 2 for free to play, these are the kind of options you have because it's so open-ended.
Yeah, the No Invaders Curse is a huge benefit, I think, for these types of creative starts that allow you to throw something at your opponents you haven't seen.
Cherry, will we get over there in time? Genetics already leading in. Scream's so stuck, no ult, nowhere to go. Back against the wall, and Lazara on the board. 1-1 for each region.
Veteran presence here from Team Risk. Variety, yes, I know that Scream has ruined our game on the left-hand side for the early stages, but I'm going to punish him if he steps too far out of his space on the right. Just level 5 to level 4. Cherio isn't there to back Scream up. I don't think Cherry was quite level 5 anyways. I think he hit it off of his own backs. It just ends up being a nice little pick there for Risk. And those are great stabilizers. You know, you're on stage, your first set of the day. The early game has not gone well.
You can run around like crazy.
Yep. And now you can go, okay, right. That's all we have to do is little things like that. I like the play there from Variety.
And it's funny because it goes to what Cherry talked about on the stage, that NA feels experimental, sure, but one thing they felt like they did yesterday was they let things get a bit too chaotic.
Yes, it can happen. Right now they're getting chaotic on the left again.
Genetics, perfect rocket jump and wall placement a step away. So that's an ultimate down for Scream, but that puts them in the jungle. Lasper doesn't want to let that go for free. Tries to get the steal through. You got a Riptide out, and a Genetics down. Cyclone Spin grabs one. So 5M's continue their presence in the jungle.
You know, I said it's a pretty big difference when you're playing Ymir in Smite 2 versus Smite 1, and they had Atlas in Smite 1 in the final game there last season. But it feels pretty similar so far, doesn't it, Malum? 0-2 for Genetics, and that is not the type of player you want to fall behind. He is such a part of this team's leadership. It's why it's really beneficial having guys like Lasper and Variety on your team who have also been there, done that, and been vocal leaders on teams in the past, because it means that if Genetics feels like he's out of the game a little bit, isn't able to be as present in the shot calling, that you've got backup options there. But still, this team is designed to run through what Genetics wants to do. He is the ringleader here, and to set him behind 0-2 immediately takes him out of playmaking potential. It means he can't be the ones, hey guys, follow me, I'm looking for this, watch me, let's follow me into the jungle. He's got to play a little bit more back since he's behind, and Ymir from behind, as we all know, tends to struggle more than most.
And it feels like that was always 5M's throughout the Founders series. There was a time in Founders, for those who've been watching the entirety of it, at the beginning of the tournament, 5M's had rough matchups. They didn't look great at times. They seemed messy. But one thing they were always good with was being able to read the team comp they were against to find their moments.
And this is a team comp that does that very, very well, I think. 5M's have been playing pretty heavy CC comps. They've got, it's not as heavy CC as some of their others. You know, no Thor on their side, that's there for Team Risk. Bologna has hard CC, but it's only tied to the ultimate. I think that 5M's do know that their game plan with this comp is sustained. Use the Ra, use the Emoja, let's take some short bursty trades and then re-engage. And if they can layer their ultimates, very much like they did on that purple. Scream goes in with the ult, it forces Genetics back. Genetics thinks he's safe, walks up, Rivers Rebuke, locks him in. It's not overlapping their ultimates, it's more patient play. I think that's what 5M's needs to do in these team fights. The burst from Risk is incredible. Hecate's burst is excellent, Medusa's pretty good burst for an ADC. You know, you've got the big ultimates coming out of Lasper and Variety. Those are more burst. 5M's wants to stay.
Blink from Lasper avoids the ultimate from Scream, a blue buff to 5M's as well. So talking about their jungle presence, it doesn't stop on either side of the map, and the ones on duo, keep an eye out for, that usually sets up for gold.
Yeah, Variety's trying to get something back on this right-hand side while that duo lane is stepping up a little bit towards gold, but not strong enough yet, even though Streak has completed his Groggy's Heart in order to get that at this point. I just think that 5M's, the way that they are continuing to keep their foot on the gas, don't let Team Risk get these free kills or free invades or free buff clears of their own. The game has been very passive so far in the first 10 minutes of this tournament, Malum, largely because the side jungle is worth so much that it's not worth the risk of, hey, we might get a kill or we might get this invade to work, or I could just keep these camps on cooldown and continually get consistent farm.
Yeah, the oh hey, I'm now 2 levels down, great.
Exactly. 5M's has been much more active on the map than most teams.
Ooh, that Riptide. Where will it go? Lasper thinking it out. Has to go up.
Wow.
But way too late. I thought I was ready for him to go up at the beginning of the Riptide.
I thought he was out too, and I think he thought he was safe, but Genetics ends up blinking out, I believe, and just not able to end up staying there and helping. Not a Phantom Shell for Genetics as we typically see up against the Emoja. Opted for the blink, and it cost Lasper.
Here's
there.
that gold pull down to half already. Genetics has an opening. The gates are out, but the Gold Fury was let go back to the Team Risk side.
Wow.
And Team Risk will get the Gold Fury away.
Who pulled that from Risk? That was smart. I thought it was just going to be a reset from 5M, but instead, Risk were able to get it. Benny Q thought that he had time to turn around and run away from the open the gates, but just did not impress him.
Lasper has Cherry stuck. The Rock is in a really tough place. Gets the roll out away. And Scream around the corner to help keep him safe.
No ultimate quite yet for Lasper. Cherry gonna survive. Falling a little bit behind, as you would anticipate, as the Geb into the Thor in the solo lane, just not fast enough at farm.
Up down from Scream, looking at Variety, who gets the teleport away and does not get caught by the Riptide to come back.
I thought that jump might catch him from Cherio too. They've got to be careful because Lasper's ultimate is back up. He might go for it.
On the way, but there's a lot of speed from Cherry and too much for Lasper to even make the attempt. He probably would have gone really deep.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a little concerning for me, though, Malum, because that's the
another
type
ult
of
down,
play.
too.
Yeah, it's another ult down. It's a semi-global, and those ultimates, as we know, are very, very critical and longer cooldowns typically. If Lasbra should either be communicating, hey, I'm going to ult him, and then they get told, no, don't do it, or hey, I'm going to ult him, and then they say, hey, ult him, and he's like, nah, they're just too deep, just not quite on the same page, and not having the ultimate's not going to help his ability to catch up and farm either. Scream is now up 2 levels on Lasbra in the jungle. And this 5M's team has been much more active, as I was alluding to, and they build for earlier game, I think, than a lot of other teams as well. Benny once again goes Necronomicon first in the mid lane. This is a very risky item to go. This is the item you go when you're killing it. You're way ahead, you feel like you can't die, you just want to get damage. It sacrifices your natural protections for more intelligence. And it's a lot of intelligence, but it makes you really, really squishy as you get more stacks, and then you lose all these stacks upon death. So this is a risky option that I saw Benny go yesterday as well. And it's a confident play, Malum. And I gotta say, I love it. Ra is a confident god. You know, you gotta be feeling yourself to hit all those skill shots. If you're gonna be hitting all those, you're gonna be getting kills, so I might as well get the thing that pays me for getting more kills.
And Benny has been feeling himself both in this tournament at the Georgia LAN as well, so there was some bleed through from it, and had a great Founder Series. These are 2 mid laners who did, and a solo laner who gets away is Variety. It got risky, but we keep talking about the ultimates that are getting burned non-stop. 5M's just keeping that pressure on.
I don't think Cherio realized how much damage they were gonna do, but now they're looking for more.
Another one out, Genex stuck back, but the freeze is okay, not good enough to save Theeks. The rocket jump can't take him far enough, but there is still a portal up, and he won't get caught by the ultimate. So Genex lives, but his mid laner goes down. Lasbra was considering looking at Benny Q, but not quite gonna go. Another kind of situation where Lasbra has that ultimate, but maybe a bit passive to use it.
Yeah, it just feels like he needs to catch up and farm, and he has been dedicated to doing so. He has closed that 2-level gap. He's gotten back to level 10. Scream has not hit level 11 since we checked in last, but again, 5M's just more active on the map. And that being said, for how much more active 5M's have been on the map, Risk is not that far behind, right?
They're not.
They're down less than 1,000 XP. They're down less than 1,000 gold, despite the 4-to-1 kill difference. Now, I think that 5M's team fight scales better into the later stages, and Team Risk is not a team composition that I would expect to be winning at 12 minutes, but come 15, 16 minutes, I think that they're like levels 15 to 19 type of space.
Right.
I think that that's where their semi-globals from the Thanatos and the Thor end up becoming very impactful, and they just own with their base damages of Thanatos and Thor. So I'd be looking for something like that, as Theeks might get caught.
Well, that hit, that beam not going to find its way a little bit to the left, but Theeks is feeling that pressure. And
Yep.
you talked about the pressure. I love your points about the feel of this game too, because even if the gold lead has stayed close, kills close-ish, 5M's just feels like they've got this whole map.
They do, and they're going to go for gold again. Getting the last gold was huge for Risk. They have to try and steal it again, and I don't like their odds, but look at where Variety is.
Will he get down in time? Not quite. Cyclone's going to secure. Variety a bit late, and now stuck between a lot. Will the gates catch the help? The beads is out late too. Ults are getting dropped everywhere. Most of the damage is on to Team Risk, but they're getting away. Now Lasbra to the sky. Is there a chance to re-engage for Team Risk? Doesn't seem so, but they get everybody out.
Just a little bit of split target decisions there from 5M's. Variety, they're waiting for him to hammer to try and interrupt him, but then he's just patient and just kind of walks out. And 5M's, that lack of hard CC ends up showing itself. I think I would have liked to see Cherry use something there, knock up or the ultimate, just to force the beads and the hammer. And then the fight just ends up playing a little bit more naturally. But because it was this game of chicken on the runaway there, it meant that the target selection got a little bit crossed for 5M's. But ultimately, still a great play for them. They get Gold Fury. They lose very little. Didn't use a relic where Variety had to. Variety couldn't keep farming that right-hand side. And every time that Cherry's able to group and pull this Thor in to the rest of his side of the team, it's going to be good because, like we said, Cherio on Geb cannot keep up in farm pace with something like Variety. He's got to make him feel like he can't spend time farming and has to spend time fighting.
I find it really interesting too that Team Risk, they're They're having this way, and we saw this a little bit in Georgia too, of even in fights where things feel messy, they never feel fully out because it feels like they always keep at least one trick up their sleeve of a way back in. In the last fight, it was Lasbra who was ready to ult if there was an opportunity. It just wasn't good enough, but that's something they seem to do consistently.
They've got a lot, for sure, in up their sleeve, but I think at this point, you're looking to just slow the pace down if you're Risk, right? You want to try and
Get your ADCs in the game.
Get your ADC in the game. Not too slow, because like I said, I still think their mid game is where they're strongest. I think if you get to 5-6 items on everyone, I still like 5M's comp more.
Sun Owl, will this be a lot for Variety? Because every time we've seen Variety go for those engages, it's been a little dangerous for him, and with Pyro pulled and instantly let go, Team Risk, once again, as you said, feeling it out.
They've got some key power spikes now.
Cherry's got Helm.
Stone of Binding. Oh, yeah,
he's in between three. He gets the ultimate, gets the stun down. Is that enough damage for the kill? Not quite. Matter of fact, the response from Team Risk is real good, and Theeks will find Cherry. With ults dropped, it's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. But man, what an attempt from Cherry. What an answer from Risk.
Great call from you, Malum. I missed it just as much as Risk did. The stealth rock just sliding his way into the back line, but they're not done Risk.
Pyro low. Where's the engage? It's right there. It's Lasbra. And Benny is gone, picking his target perfect this time. And Cyclone Spin, who was low as well, has to back out. We know what a Thanatos can do.
Felt like Benny wasn't under that much threat, but it's because he had 2 of those Necronomicon stacks. Just no procs, basically, at that point. And Lasbra's able to just one-tap him, even with a Stone of Binding on top of it. Great play from Risk, and ain't no way they're going to try this, Malum.
There's no shot. BBM's aware. This is a 5M's play. They did this yesterday to Food Drive for Globe, where they pulled the Fire Giant and said, come on, you want to fight for it? Let's fight for it now at 15 minutes.
I mean, they didn't have Benny Q for 5M, but it was still, they don't have nearly enough damage on really either side to do something like a Fire Giant pull that early into the game. But I feel like Risk is really hanging around here. I mean, the momentum feels like it's all on 5M's side. These skirmishes feel like they're going their way. But Lasbra's done such a great job of clawing his way back into this game and making an impact on this Thanatos. It's not nearly as early game slanted as a pick as it used to be. I think it scales much better, especially with this aspect now that allows him to stack a bunch of HP. I've been loving this build that I saw Nika do it first in solo with the Stone of Binding and the O-Sword Spear, and getting into some tankier options later on, that you can just do this and you just have enough damage with the Stone of Binding proc in order to kill backliners. And if Benny, again, is going this Necronomicon, it's even easier for Lasbra to build tanky and still be able to put threat on it.
Team Risk playing the patience game in Stealth Grass. Genix might have been Seam. Cherry is in Helm and too close. So Team Risk back out. The blink forward.
Nice.
Catches with the ult. Followed up on by Scream. Damage on a streak up, who gets the dash away. But Genetics gets brought back by the Riptide. Still hasn't been shut down. There he goes. The Cyclone Spin. Team Risk trying to respond with their own ultimates, but the Thorold going to be off the mark, and 5M's can step away.
What a play by Cherio, man. That's a Smite 2 exclusive right there. The Cataclysm first, and then the blink. Nearly impossible to react to. Gets to streak force back, and Genetics then pulled back by the Riptide and the Rivers of Mike. Beautiful frontline play so far from 5M's.
This is becoming vintage 5M's. Pull the Fire Giant. Dare the other team to fight. Team Risk are looking for some way in. The fire is low. It goes to Benny Q and 5M's. The call works out. The risk takers right now are North America, and Team Risk is struggling for answers.
They're taking Risk to town, that's for sure. A Fire Giant now on all 5. Benny didn't have Snipe, and they didn't even blink, Malum. Who cares about guaranteed secure? We'll just win the coin flip. They're just keep on gambling. They keep on winning. 5M's now set up to maybe get commanding, though. Benny might get caught.
Does he get away? He's been in an awkward spot, but he's got so much movement speed. He's gliding out there.
Moving on him. No chance for Theeks to get enough damage. And without anyone else in tow, don't think that even if Theeks hit everything, there was any chance that they would have been able to knock him down. Impressive stuff from really both sides. This is high-level Smite 2. This is exactly what I was hoping to see here in Vegas, because 5M's is just posing these problems after problems that Team Risk is doing a really excellent job at answering. 5M's is just executing better. And when it comes down to it, the team that is posing the question usually has the advantage because they're the ones setting the tempo. They're the ones getting the initiative in these engagements. And Team Risk has done a phenomenal job at picking up the pieces and responding as well as they can. But when the team on, sometimes, in my opinion, in SMITE, a good offense beats a good defense. And right now, 5M's is clicking on all cylinders on offense.
The Founder Series was open, anyone could play, and 5M's, exactly what you just said, that was their strategy. When they would face a team that was newer to the scene, to that experience, they just outpace them on offense and force you into this sort of panicked defense where you couldn't maneuver.
It's so stressful. When you're in a game like this, they speed up the game on you, and it's so hard when you just feel like you can't catch a breath. You know, you always have to respond to what you're doing. I think that this has always been the best way to play SMITE, is to continually force the enemy team to respond to what you are doing. And now they're up 4K. They've got a lot of tower gold still on the map, so I think this lead can balloon even more for 5M's. And I really got to give Streak credit in Team Risk, because stealing that first Gold Fury was absolutely critical for Risk having any chance to be in this game. It would have been a bigger gold lead for 5M's, and they would have had that sieging buff now with their third gold, but instead they're only on the second. Means Ancient Fury is still coming next, but it's a little bit harder for 5M's to just group up and shove down all these towers and collect all the gold that's waiting for them on the map.
And the gold swings, as you mentioned, I mean, we're coming up in 21 minutes. They've all been, every gold swing, you can relate it to the previous fight, the previous engagement. It hasn't been, which we expected almost, it hasn't just been the map play, it really has been how 5M's has been able to control these fights. And now that 5M's is using this early fire to siege out, break down structures, Team Risk, they're looking for farm deep in their own jungle, but they're not putting up any soft defenses in tier 2s. They're just looking for what they can get.
Got to decide what to do in this spot, and I agree with Risk's decision. Don't defend a tier 2, let Lasbra continue to get some farm, but 5M's going to call the bluff, say, hey, how many people are out farming on the right-hand side? How many people are looking for extras? Because if you're not here in time, we could shred it.
Got a minion wave too. Some poke and variety, and a beads forced as well. That's massive for this next one. And Risk just looking for what they can block. They got one in. Bolts are out. Who you gonna find? Genetics can't really get out of this spot. But in the back line! Look at the ultimate hit. Look at the stuns go. And all the red members get dropped. That's 3 dead from 5M's and Team Risk. They figured out what they wanted to do, Ryan. It was defend and blow up 5M's. They're not done yet. Cyclone Spin will go down 2.
5M's called the bluff, but Team Risk wasn't bluffing. They had everyone there and ready to go. Scream goes in a little bit too deep. And even though the Rivers Rebuke was great from PBM, their backline stayed so grouped up. They stayed so grouped up. Cyclone and Benny couldn't really get damaged. They were too far back, and Variety was able to buy a ton of time. Believe he got a huge dunk on the back end of this. Look at the grouping here. Cyclone is just not in a good spot to help. He actually was pretty split. I misspoke. They weren't too grouped up on Cyclone and Benny, but Scream just had to run back the same way and led them straight to Benny Q. Benny Q so squishy with that Necronomicon, and because that snipe didn't hit, you don't really get that same value from it. This is the risk when you're pushing the boundary though, Malum, that 5M's, yes, their pace is incredible, but when you stumble, when you get the speed wobble as you're going down the hill, you could get in trouble.
Cherry in all the trouble right now, looking for any way out of there. Doesn't get caught by ultimate, so he can get the rollout away. But that's why I brought up that 5M's used this sort of strategy against so many teams that were inexperienced. We didn't get to see teams with a lot of tenure defend against that strategy very often.
Risk is such a good team at being on the ropes, getting back to the corner, and then just getting that one big punch out of nowhere, and then it sets 5M's back on their heels. They stumble a little bit, and Risk is very, very good at shifting their identity, because now Risk could just go back on defense, right? Hey, we alleviated the pressure. 5M's isn't right up in our face. We can slow it down, but typically in this situation, Risk really assumes the role of the counter puncher and gets on the offensive, while 5M's is still a little dizzy from the flurry that they just received on the left side Phoenix.
Team Risk did grab that Pyro. They've got the map under control. They got a lot of farm in their pockets. But 5M's, They want a go button, and they want it now. Up to the sky, Variety. Can you repeat that same play? You already lost. Genetics, so what's the go button? It's nobody. Variety couldn't find a home. Lasbro was ready to commit behind it. That is 2 semi-globals down with Fire right around the corner.
Genetics just too far forward there, Malum. Not enough follow-up. Missed the freeze on the primary target. And 5M's, no snipe, but still looking for Fire.
Lasbro from behind gets some damage. Has to reset
Excellent.
and reposition, but Fire is dropped.
What?
PBM, same thing. Speaking of getting dropped, right to Theek's pocket. And Team Risk now with one of their own and both supports off the map. Both teams got to reassess.
Man, that is a work of art right there on that Fire Giant defense from Risk. Lazarus coming around the backside. He just quick hit and run. Soul Reap into Death Scythe on the perfect target, by the way, in Cyclone Spin, who doesn't have any lifesteal, so that damage sticks even with the Raw and the Emoja. And right as everyone turns on Lasbra, yo, Thanatos in the back line, the 3 remaining members of Risk surge forward and catch PBM. When everyone's head is turned onto the Thanatos, they spring the trap onto the support and completely negate the mistake that Risk had just made and set us right back to neutral right before the Fire Giant right before this Ancient Fury spawns. This is risky from Cyclone. I don't think he's got the time or the damage.
Team Risk pull Fire once again, making 5M's respond to what they've done so many times now. The closest is the Geb. This is gonna go without an answer. BennyQ is nowhere nearby, and Team Risk take the Fire Giant.
What a mistake there from 5M's. They try and just say, hey, can we 2-man gold? Maybe we'll just let Cyclone solo it. But then they've just lost complete positional advantage inside that jungle. They lose all their ward coverage, and Risk probably anticipated a fight in that moment. Never got one. 5M's out of position, and the first big mistake from them, besides that Phoenix Siege, they've really only made 2 big ones, Malum, but they've both cost them pretty handily. Now an Ancient Fury for Team Risk. Their minions are buffed with the second Gold Fury being down, and it's not disaster for 5M's because that Ancient Fury debuff is only on 2 tier 2s, one of which is already dead, nearly dead anyways, and on a tier 1 in mid. So that debuff only happens on the furthest forward structure in each lane. You really don't want it on your Phoenixes because it opens up a Phoenix Siege very easily. If 5M's were to lose all of these debuffed towers, it would significantly change the shape of this game. But it's still a lead for Risk that they can start to get, and Genetics can start to get a little bit tankier, which we can see that he desperately needs. All these items can start to finish up for Risk's side. And 5M's is going to have to slow down their farming pace a bit while Risk holds control of the map.
It's still amazing that 10 minutes ago, the game state that we assessed was a 5M swing, 5M's comfort, the field was their own. Now kills are tied, experience is skyrocketing as level 20s have come out for a long time for Team Risk, and they have the gold lead at a point where you're looking for final power spikes.
It's really impressive the way Risk has been able to do this. Cyclone Spin nearly died, but didn't get out, but Genetics might not.
So deep, how do you get into that spot or get out? You don't! Scream makes it happen. Variety with the dunk can find Scream right back though. He's still got Streak. Could that be enough damage to help Lasbro out, who dives into that backline, and 5M's, they call the retreat.
Cyclone is back, 1 for 1 right now, but this Team Risk squad still has Fire for 100+ seconds. Then he's got to get back from base quick.
Looks like Team Risk will not leave without a Phoenix. They want it, but 5M's try to find that right defensive point, and it's enough for the time being to get Team Risk out, wait for a minion wave, and give you a second to lick your wounds.
You see how strong this Thor wall has become. Variety and Lasbra, I think, are playing an unbelievable 2-man game on this front line because the poke composition is not great for Risk, but it's been wall from Variety into damage from either Lasbra or Theeks on long range. It set Cyclone off of that fight in what could have been a much worse engagement for Risk because of Genetics positioning. Really gets salvaged by how quickly Cyclone had to beads and dash away. It took him a long time to reset. Ended up being a 5v4 that turned into a 4v4 once Genetics died.
A lot of wave control from the side of 5M's in the duo lane. That left side Phoenix for Team Risk is taking damage from the Minotaurs.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance it falls. Surely not. No, okay, it's still got 1,000 HP. It'll get defended, but this allows 5M's to get a little bit more Fire Giant side control now that they know that Risk is over here and defending that wave on the left-hand side. feels like the front lines for both teams are struggling a little bit in terms of genetics for Risk and Scream for 5M's. I think Scream is just going, and look, Scream trading his life to kill Streak or Theeks is worthwhile. But a lot of times he's trading his life for genetics, and I just don't think that's enough value for what your jungler can get at this stage in the game. Genetics is a vocal leader, the heartbeat of Risk, but it's not like the rest of these guys cease functioning once you take off Genetics off the map. Like, they are still going to make it work, particularly with how well I think Variety and Lasbra have been able to play this hit-and-run style.
It has been great.
They aren't overlapping their ultimates at all. There hasn't been a single double dunk all game. It's been Variety leading, Lasbra late, and he has been patient with his ultimate. And we got to shout out Theeks, by the way, 4-1-4, top of the player damage charts by a country mile on this Hecate, and this is, I think, when Hecate is at her strongest, at 6 items, that poke just becomes unbelievably strong, and it's all going to be playing off that Thor wall. I talked about the sustain being excellent for 5M's, but I don't know if they can sustain through a Thor wall, double tap, Hecate 2 combo. That will just be a go signal for Risk as soon as they see it, because that will take a significant portion of Cyclone or BennyQ. BennyQ in particular, with, again, 2 Necronomicon stacks, even more susceptible to that poke damage.
We've been calling back a lot to how Founders played out, and you mentioned the Hecate for Theeks. Theeks and BennyQ were the Hecate players. They were the people who were teaching a lot of people what that character could do, and for Theeks to play it like this on the big stage, it makes me feel like there could be that potential for Theeks to make a good play, because like you said, Variety and Lasbra, how do you answer that? And that leaves so much room for Theeks to operate.
It's really been very difficult for 5M's to get anywhere near him in these engagements, and you see Risk just has so much, a much easier time stepping up and posturing aggressively in the jungle because they've got longer range CC. Wall, yes, it has a CC, but the wall volume itself is really valuable and very scary when you're walking up too far. And Thor wall has been a real problem. Variety has been the fight starter almost every single time for Risk, at least they're successful ones. The unsuccessful ones are when Genetics is face checking a push or walking in too far. If they let Variety continue to start these fights, it's been really successful for Risk, whereas 5M's, how do they start it? A stealth in from Cherio or
Which
a
hasn't
blitz from
happened in a
Cherio?
while because he hasn't had the space.
They caught him once, not again.
His Genetics caught this time really deep again, but
Doors
able to
up.
step away. Where will he land? Right on top of Cherry. The responses are there, but the health bars haven't dropped. But look at Lasbra into the back line. Finds some low. Drops
Wow!
Betty. Theeks follows up on Scream. And everyone again for 5M's. They've got to retreat.
What a play. How did he thread the needle there? Lasbra just absolutely dialed on taking out BennyQ. And I gotta say it, Malum, I know I've harped on it a lot. I think that Necro is really bitten 5M's. I don't think Benny should be dying from full HP to just Thana land 3-1, but he is. He just doesn't have the protections there to stop it, and it's gonna blow the game open again for Risk. It's Scream, I thought Lasbra made a bad decision going into 3 because Scream was really isolated on the other side of the River's Rebuke. But instead, Lasbra knows that, hey, my guys can handle that Bologna jungle. I'm gonna go on a priority target that I know I can kill and then get out. Look, check at this River's Rebuke. It splits the team fight beautifully. Scream is on the back line, but somehow, how did he land that?
That was insane.
Look, sometimes, in Vegas in particular, you need a little luck to happen. And that was a great play from Lasbra, but I'm never buying for a second that he knew exactly what that Death Scythe was gonna hit. But hey, it's better to be lucky than good, but it's best to be lucky and good. And that's exactly what Lasbra's doing right now.
And that's the Vegas vibe that Team Risk seems to be making work. They just got their 3rd Gold Fury. They're sitting with a Fire Giant around their belts. They're coming up on 10K gold, which 3K pots, now that they can stack, now that they do so much, it does mean even more. Items, also, there's so many expensive luxury items that the further 5M's is falling at this point, the harder their defense might get.
It's going to be difficult because now we said that the Ancient Fury before for Risk, not a huge deal. It was on some towers. Now it's on 2 Phoenixes, and it was their 3rd Gold Fury buff. So now they deal more damage to structures. They gain more protections when they're near structures, and this Fire Giant buff just continues to be stronger. This is a difficult defense for 5M's, but Risk had a difficult defense on their left side Phoenix, and they flipped the game on its head. 5M's can do something similar. River's Rebuke on Siege is notorious for turning a fight around. BennyQ, not as much intelligence from the Necro as he had before, but now has his true protections back, which actually ends up helping him in some ways. And Scream has finished off a last item to get a little bit tankier with that Ruinous Song. I just want to see Cherry and Scream either get on the same page or peel back and help a little bit.
I love that Team Risk is sending the Dunk Squad over to mid, ready to make a move at any point. It's making 5M's, you can see, they're not sure where they got to defend.
It's difficult with that much mobility and ability to get over there quickly. As River's Rebuke comes up, maybe a little bit of a panic beads there from Genetics, but better safe than sorry. Did get the Phantom Shell from Streak, but now that's a huge tool down for 5M's.
One auto kills that Phoenix, there it goes. So now left side done. 5M's and Risk both move over to the mid lane to continue their dance, but Risk, they're seemingly in a position where they're trying to bleed out 5M's, and they want to force stuff, but like you said, they lost so much there that now they have to play safer doing it.
I mean, no beads is big because that was the only talisman of purification, and Streak now doesn't have Shell either.
Where are we dunking? Variety leads the charge, finds in the back line BennyQ. Tries to get out, but Benny hasn't died. Thinks though, doesn't miss those gates and finds a double. Lasbro with a good landing. Can they find another?
Benny!
No, they can't! BennyQ stops him short. 5M's able to bring down 3. They lose 2. Lasbro, a tough time getting away, has nowhere to go, and 5M's make a defense work.
BennyQ, no, he hit the Riptide! Benny, that was the wrong way!
Lasbro turned in, but he gets shut down by BennyQ. No fear in the eyes of the wrong.
Unbelievable. I thought he was out, but Lasbro wanted a little bit more. Meanwhile, Genetics looking for Scream. Does he have the damage?
It's gonna be a close call. He might just. One more auto, but he gets disarmed. Has the rocket jump away.
Unbelievable. How did this happen in this way? BennyQ, I thought, was just gonna get chased down and killed in there, but Genetics.
A blink in. Can he find it? Stuck in the rebuke. Has to get away again. The Riptide. It's an own goal, and Scream can't chase it any further.
0 for 2 on the last 2 Riptides from Mike, but still managed to make a big difference in that fight. I want to go back and see BennyQ's point of view because I thought it was just, you know, we were just wrapping it up. We were putting
I was ready too. I thought he was going to just go instant.
On game 1, he uses his ultimate to immune and get some damage off. That's a pretty nice snipe coming from Benny in that moment. But then the dive comes, and it felt like it was all over. Cyclone got one shot by Streak's ultimate and Theek's damage, but a quick beads. And what a beam from Benny hit both Lasbra and Streak simultaneously. Streak just ends up never seeing it coming, and Lasbra's damage wasn't quite good enough in the moment where he didn't have as many necro stacks. Those protections end up mattering more than you would expect. I was surprised to see Lasbra turn this back around, but he was, it seems close. That was 500 damage, or 500 HP that he still had. So I think Lasbra maybe was just trying not to get staggered. Benny's got to be careful now. He might get caught.
The landing, there's the ult again in response. Gets the damage on. Can he get away in time? Turns it around, and Variety gets shut down.
Benny is no easy kill no matter where you think you got him. He's gonna have his shooters ready. Just lands everything that he can. Look, he shouldn't be there. It's a bad pick to lose, but we talked about how Variety is such a linchpin for how this Risk team fight has been playing out. Benny is a priority target, but I think losing Variety is just as bad, if not worse, for Team Risk. I expect we're now on a 40-second break is my expectation.
Gives us time to breathe. Sips of water at home. It's 38 minutes now. There's 14 kills for each. There's 3 gold coins. That's 3 gold Furies for each team. Fire Giants have dropped left and right. This is exactly what you want from cross-region play.
It's been so exciting, and it's not going to be over easily, I don't think. I mean, left side Phoenix and mid Phoenix being down means 5M has a lot of housework to do in order to make sure their Titan doesn't become under siege. You've got Jingwei, that helps a good amount. You also have a teleporter still available on the right-hand side. Once your towers are down, you can't use that base teleporter anymore, but because that tier 2 stands on the right-hand side, someone else could back and defend a Phoenix and then teleport to the tier 2. It's not the fastest way to get to Fire Giant, but it also means that you've got some option. Having a Minotaur on that left, I think there is one Fire Minotaur on the left wave here for Risk, which means that Phoenix, I think, will fall if unattempted.
Fire Giant is below half.
Snipe?
Team Risk looking to secure it. Genetics able to bring it there. Now where does Variety go? He's a bit low, but you've got the belts. The landing finds the dunk. Lasper follows, but it's no good. 5M's take that opportunity to live to see another day. They just have to do it without any fire belts.
Yeah, it feels pretty bad though, Malum, to not get there in time to contest with Snipe. I couldn't tell exactly where Benny Q was as that fire went down, but that is the best secure on the map, is Searing Pain, and for Risk to be able to just pull it and get it without Benny being in a position to snipe it, great awareness from Risk to know where he was, or just not fast enough on the trigger for Benny.
Scream just shifted up his build in base this most recent time. Salted an item, now rocking that Hussar swings.
That's so must be getting hurt from slows, probably from Genetics, just dropping the ultimate as soon as he goes in, or any of the twos. It's a solid pickup, but Medusa ult as well, as long as he's not getting stunned, can just completely immune that slow. Mike has one now as well. One of those luxury items that you were talking about, Malum, 3K plus gold for an incredibly potent passive effect, now going to be in the 5M's back pocket.
And it's so exciting now because there's so much to look for. The ADCs that you talked about doing so much damage. Cherry still has that Helm of Darkness. He's been quiet in these last few fights, but you simply can't forget about that active.
It's hard to find an angle where they don't hear the active go off and aren't ready for it.
Genetic steps up, taking a lot of damage on the way out, up in the air, the land down onto Benny Q.
Whoa,
who already took out one, but look at Streak. Oh, how much more can you find? 5M's, they didn't want to lose their base, but Streak will not stop yet. Triple kill, and Cyclone shuts him down with the double. There's two standing per side on that Phoenix, only one Phoenix down. How much hype can you live up to?
This has been insane. Variety gonna try and catch someone here. As Cyclone killed whoever had Dagger. It's a great call there from Doug. I didn't see who picked up Dagger for Risk, didn't use it. They drop it. Now Cyclone has it available. Maybe he can make a play.
A lot of damage on the screen.
He's
Gets
in.
the dash with the bash, but Cyclone, those bolts don't miss. With an arrow in his forehead, Variety's down.
Oh, Cyclone, someone pulled the leash there. No, let's not chase the Hecate. I'm a little surprised because he has the dagger. I would have, look man, I'm not telling Cyclone that he's not gonna kill everyone at any point. These two are delivering in the ADC role though, Malum. Cyclone and Streak, I think, have been by far the best two Hunter players in this tournament. I think they are by far the best two Hunter players in SMITE 2 right now, and they are absolutely delivering. Streak hit a massive Petrify underneath that Phoenix that really, I thought that fight was looking pretty bad for Risk. Genetics, once again, just gets taken too much damage, little caught out too early, but it was a great turnaround from double dunks with Lazarus and Variety, and a huge Petrify coming in from Streak. But at the end of the day, Cyclone's he's been really caught in some of these fights. I think his positioning wasn't the best. I believe he started that fight at around 20K player damage. He jumped up 9K with that fight alone. It was huge.
Shades of
there.
yesterday.
It was impressive from him. But Beak's still pumping the damage numbers. I'd be floored if he doesn't hit 50K this game.
So much has gone on.
And this
But
is
it's
game one
important to note.
of a
Yes,
best of 5.
I was just gonna say that.
I'm
This
sorry,
is
I stole it
No,
from you.
it's so real though. I mean, you and I are sitting here like our tension's built up.
Yep.
It's still game one. It's the best of 5, and this is the upper bracket semi-finals. And the two teams in the losers bracket, let's not forget how hungry they are as well, watching this and seeing what can be done and knowing what they can do.
I'll be honest, if I were one of those loser bracket teams, I'd be intimidated by what I've seen. I think that this is the best SMITE 2 game I've seen so far. It hasn't
100%.
been ugly. You know, we've seen some long games, but it feels like it's been largely due to pretty big mistakes or mechanical mishaps. This game has been fairly clean. Mechanically, decision-making wise, it's just been two juggernauts trading punches, and I'm excited for this set, man. I knew it was going to be good. This has been awesome so far.
It's rare you get games like this, even the game one, when you have matchups like this that can live up to the expectations you put in your head. We were even talking about that before we went on air, but this one so far has not let up. We're coming up in 45 minutes, and if you blink, you're going to miss a gold shift of maybe 50.
Yeah, it's going to be big. Check out this left side wave, though, Malum. It is really pushed, and that's a fire wave with
Phoenix
a
is supposed to
Minotaur.
come
That is going to do significant damage to the Titan if no one gets back for 5M's. I'm surprised at how nonchalant they are. about sticking around. They want to. I'm assuming that they think Risk assumes they'll send someone back, and we can ambush them with the 5v5.
There it is, right in with the Eagles rally, but where are the troops to rally around it? And 5M's miss an opportunity.
Huge blink, open the gates. It did!
It got him! A Cherry blinks away! That helm! Not getting you out! They saw you the whole way through! Variety slams down, doesn't find many. And 5M's, they gotta get back, they gotta defend, but Lasbra on the hunt, no!
Take the
Not
Fire
going
Giant.
in.
Take the Fire Giant. I like the call, and the idea was good, but I think Lasbra just had an inhuman reaction time to the Eagles rally. I think he blinked out. They were going to try and one-shot him, and I actually like the play call a lot.
They're corner camping around the side. The wall's
See
out!
ya!
The damage is there! And Medicue gets popped!
Unbelievable burst, and Risk lays yet another trap. Left side Phoenix has gone down. I'm surprised that 5M's wanted to contest this Fire Giant at all. I thought once Cherry's down, let's just go push out
They did
left.
lose that Phoenix, too.
Yeah, it's gone. I mean, I just don't like the call from 5M's. They must be saying, hey, if we lose another Fire, we can't defend, and I just don't agree. I think that Risk has had some trouble sieging. This mid Phoenix is full HP. Yes, your left wave is kind of a nightmare, but you could have spent time pushing it out instead of contesting on that Fire and then just losing your mid laner anyways. A tough draw now, and Risk, I don't think they're going to hesitate.
Time is of the essence, and Team Risk is stepping into the throne room. Already to the sky is Lasbra. The Titan reset once. Lasbra looking for a go. Scream went in the backline, but the gates shut him down, and Variety bangs on the way out with the hammer. Team Risk now have even more opportunity to continue the press. 5M's, the desperate defense is no good as Cherry falls too, and game one goes to Team Risk.
What a game one to start off our winners finals here in Las Vegas. Team Risk, they get crushed in the early to mid. They are just taking body blow after body blow, and they come off the ropes and absolutely turn the game around. Just a few mistakes from 5M's, and I felt like 5M's you started to see some fraying at the seams there a little bit. Scream in particular, I think, really did not choose his best initiation timings, and there was very little follow-up with him. I think that's going to be something that 5M's are going to discuss, but hats off to Risk, man. What a game, what a turnaround from them. Their backline, Feeks and Streak, absolutely top class in this game, and if they win this set, I'll bet you it's going to be because of that backline.
Yep, you called it perfect. You said 5M's doesn't have to be this desperate. They took the desperation route and it blew up in their face, and Team Risk took advantage. But that was game number one. There's more to go. When we come back, this set continues. Do not go anywhere.
Self shot to show you everything I got. I won't wait it out, I won't live with doubt, I won't be someone I'm not. So come join me at the top. Come join me at the top. So come join me at the top. Come join me at the top.
Welcome back, everyone, into the SMITE 2 Founders Series as we get ready for Game 2 after a phenomenal Game 1, which we will crack into that in just a second. The good news is yesterday we had some merch drop that came out. And the good news, I guess, for those of you who like to have either SMITE apparel or wear SMITE apparel, is there's even more of it that keeps on coming. I know a lot of the stuff that I've been looking for, specifically the cards, is what my eyes are on. And I believe I don't have the SMITE 2 hoodie, but every time we make a hoodie that looks like that, I am a sucker for them every single time. You can get these at shop.highresstudios.com, or if you are here in the HyperX Arena Las Vegas with us, you can go over to the merch booth and pick all of this up. Cup, bag, hat, cards, jacket, whatever you want, it's there. So make sure that you pick yours up either at shop.highresstudios.com or here in the venue if you happen to be there. Let's see, if you're looking at the stage, to the right,
yeah,
and slightly back. You'll see it. Pretty easy. Good looking desk too right around there. Charlie's been talking about it. It's great stuff, and I'm admittedly going to expect to get a text from Katie telling me to get her that hoodie, despite the fact that we have several SMITE hoodies, and that no matter what, whether they're mine or if we get two and I have an extra one for hers, somehow they always end up over there. But that's neither here nor there. We're not here to air that laundry. We're here to talk about Game 1. And Charlie, I mean, that was fun. That was a treat.
It was an absolute banger, and that's the thing about games that go this long. I usually say the same thing. We can throw out like the first 30 minutes. points. It truthfully doesn't
True,
matter.
yeah.
We got to an even state eventually. 5M's, they were in control for quite some time, but Aggro was sort of hinting at it, the fact that 5M's doesn't have to overextend. They don't have to force a play, and they went for it. They went for this blink engage, or no, I believe it was the Eagles rally. Yeah, the Eagles rally in. Benny tries to hit the snipe. Lastword gets out of trouble, says, you know what, I'm going to avoid all of that. And then Cherry just barely mistimes the Cataclysm to avoid the CC on the pullback. And, I mean, Theeks was on point. That Hakate,
Yeah.
plenty of damage coming from that Hakate. Once you lose Cherry, your whole team fight starts to break apart. I was loving the Geb. I mean, he was finding so many crucial initiations, but without him, I mean, they were able to just kind of pick apart the rest of 5M's.
Yeah, I think when games normally go this long, it's due to mistakes on both sides. You
Right.
know, bad plays, individual errors, you know, positioning mistakes. I feel like this game was actually pretty clean from both teams until that really late point. It does seem like tiredness maybe came into it in the super late game. Cherio just barely mistimes the Gebel on the Hecateel, and that sort of dominoes the game into ending. But I think, as Aggro mentioned on the cast, perhaps the best game of Smite 2 we've seen so far.
I mean, I'll be honest, I kind of thought we were still going to be in it because I saw Cherry spawning and I was like, he's got Cataclysm and Cyclone's been crazy. All he needs is to get like 2 people and this game's going to keep going. And unfortunately for him, he just got killed off before he could activate it there in the Titan room. But like you said, I mean, 20 minutes ago, I almost forgot this happened because there's so much Smite that still got played after this. But it really does go to show, much like you said, like it was good plays. Of course, I say that right after he misses the Thor wall, but there were good plays on both of these squads that opened up those opportunities. And I got to give the shout out to Pennyhue because of moments like this. So this hovering death, in a lot of circumstances, was causing a lot of trouble like that. As the game progressed, I mean, Trelly, we start seeing ults in response. We see him like 100 to 0ing him in response. Like, there were a lot of really good moments of adaptation throughout that game. Yeah, it's going to be 1-0. It is a team risk victory, but man, was that just... It's stellar to watch, I think, for either squad.
I mean, I got to highlight just Lazarus and Variety playing off of each other. They do it so well at times. You know, when one of them starts to go down, they sort of, you know, anchor each other down together. They both just go down with the ship. But this time, they were both going to the sky in sync. They were diving the same targets. I just was very impressed, not only with Variety and Lazarus, but also I was, you know, looking at Shriek's build, and I was like, you know what? It makes a lot of sense given the survivability of this Medusa build. Now, you have a lot of tank stats. I saw how hard Cyclone Spin was hitting it. I'm like, why are we not just going for the crit? But you can see the damage was done. Like, if you live longer in the fights, you're able to get off more Kins proc, shred through these tankier targets. You're up against Geb anyway, so there's no way you're going to be building crit, because not only does Cherry have that passive, but the shield as well is going to be giving that passive away. So the crit just loses so much value in that aspect. So I really did like the adaptation there from Shriek to say, you know what, I'm going to be taking a lot of damage here. I'm just going to go a little bit tankier.
I really am impressed as well, because, like, you know, games this length, 30,000 damage being put up by a lot of people, not too crazy. The over 50,000 damage by Theeks, though, really does stand out as that might have been a problem.
Yeah, I think there was a period in the mid game especially where Theeks was just getting so much more damage off than Benny. Obviously, there was this double dive coming in from the Thor and the Thanatos, which is scary to play into, but you have to ask, that Ra was picked before the Hecate. The risk versus reward factor there for Ra is the reward for playing this slightly less safe Ra with the damage needing to be you sort of root yourself to ult and things like that. You know, it's very hard to survive dive as Ra with the Necronomicon, making it even more difficult. Was the risk versus reward worth it there, or should the Hecate have been taken away? That's an adjustment I'd like to see going into game 2.
Yeah, I think that's going to be, you know, we talked about it again. I've got a Scream Bologna ban. At this point, maybe bumping it to, like, we'll see, like, maybe a game 4. I guess it depends. That game, it had a lot of moments, so maybe we'll get to see it. But, like, outside of those things, Dash Trelly, by the way, attributed. It does feel like this is where we will maybe start to see some of those other picks either seep through. Maybe you double down. Like, I mean, it's kind of hard. Like, I guess the Athena you could let through. Like, I don't know who in the picks and pans I'm like, that's a god I'm okay letting them have.
Yeah, I don't think Athena's going to be let through. Or, I would like it if it was let through. Let's be clear. But I also do see a world where Scream takes himself off the Bologna, not because it played poorly, just because maybe you want to be more impactful, you know, elsewhere. Grabbing Thor from Variety could be a great start as well. You know, things like that, just to knock Team Risk off their rhythm. It was back and forth. I don't think 5M's are kicking themselves too much about that one. I think they probably understand that they could have won that very easily if they did one or two things differently. And Team Risk is probably feeling the same way. So no one's comfortable on the stage. They are truly putting in their strategy at the moment to say, okay, here, this was, we could have ended here, they could have ended here. Let's lock back in. But yeah, as far as picks and bans go, I think we might see a couple run backs, but probably a lot of change ups from both sides.
Is there anything, Hazer, that you like? Maybe we haven't seen that you want to see, that like one of these players you think is like, you know what? Why are you not touching this?
I would love to see Aladdin. To
Yeah,
be honest,
okay, yeah,
I don't know
good
if it's
point.
going to get
Fair,
through.
fair,
That is
fair.
the main thing that I'm like, I really want to see Aladdin. I really want to see Aladdin in comp and see just how powerful that god is in the hands of the best players in the world. But outside of that, I think I would like to see a switch up from Benny. Whether that's the Hecate that he gets or something else, I think I want to see a move away from the Ra. Yes, it's good early pressure in mid, but I don't think that they're abusing that lead hard enough to really make it worthwhile.
Well, we'll find out. Picks and bans, game 2. 5M's first pick. Risk on the other side. They're up 1-0, but this one, again, a best of 5. So you've got a little wiggle room, right? It's not the end of the world. You just started off on the wrong foot if you're 5M. Started off on the right foot if you're Team Risk. And a hell of a game. Athena, Aphrodite get banned up towards the top.
Ooh.
And the Thanatos will get a respect ban and take priority over here. But that means one of these gods is getting through, whether it's going to be the Ul or the Aladdin, I guess, at this point. One of them gets to exist, and it will be the Ul who's still available. Trelly, any mind of, what was it? We got a Thor top pick last time, right? So there's definitely a lot of variety, but this just seems to make sense.
Yep, this does make a lot of sense. And I think you have the option here to take something like the Thor and Yamoja if you're really feeling like taking it away from Mike. I think he played fantastic on it. It's not as if Genetics doesn't have other picks in the back pocket. As you saw, he looked fine on the Ymir. Definitely out of position a few times, but I think that's more so because just how immobile Ymir can be. But I love this. I mean, Hazer was calling for it. We want to get Benny Q on something different. But Deek said, I'm good. Like, I'm good to run it back. You don't get the chance to take the contact.
Did you see my damage? I'm playing it again.
Yeah, exactly. 53k, no joke. And I think this is perfect by Risk. I mean, PBM just played Yamoja, just lost on it. Even if you really want that pick on your side, there's a good chance that it doesn't get picked up here by 5M's. Although they grabbed the Ra, so at least running one thing back from their previous comp. And they did do some decent healing with that pick last time. They go for the Loki alongside it. So maybe looking to increase the carry potential of Scream in the jungle.
I'm already feeling it. Like, we have Uller, we have Cyclone on Uller, we have Scream on Loki. There's not a lot that Team Risk could pick that puts me more confident in 5M's, to be honest. Like, these are the scary picks that you're looking for that can just hard carry the game away. Cyclone looked fantastic on the Jingwei late game, but couldn't really get to that point. Uller can do it all himself, man. If you're on point, which, again, I casted that game with him on Uller, he missed one axe in total. Like, it was ridiculous. He's Cyclone's just on fire, so this is a terrifying start here for 5M's.
Very confident here from Genetics to grab this Ymir again. They're going to run back the exact same duo lane they just played. And they got off to a really rough start over there. And it's important to note that there was a lot of pressure put onto them by Scream, but with 5M's in that duo lane. But I really like the way they transitioned that. Genetics taking a lot of spills that game, but still feeling comfortable enough to grab this Ymir, really believing in that pick himself.
I mean, for Risk, this is literally like everything the same except the Thanatos that they literally they couldn't go back to. They're like, you know what? And I think that kind of speaks to it, where you say, you know what, our draft was good. It was play. Like, we didn't win the game, but it wasn't because the draft was bad. It was because of moments, whether it was by them or by us.
Really?
Ooh,
They go for the Fenrir. So how do you like the Fenrir to fill this out?
I don't like it at all. It's great into Loki. It's the best matchup you can get into Loki because you get Sunder. You follow him around early game. His stealth, he can never get away from you. You follow him with Brutalize. But everything else I'm seeing tells me Fenrir is awful here, right? What does he do to Uller? He's going to act, he's going to run away. Hades doesn't care. He's going to silence you. He's going to ult. And he's not only going to immune Ragnarok, you're going to be getting chunked while you're near him. And Mike's on Geb. He's going to be able to cleanse the ult. Maybe I'm crazy, but I just see a bunch of single target CC. And as long as Mike is on point on Geb, which, let's be honest, he's been playing it for years, just because he just got introduced in SMITE 2 doesn't mean you don't have that reaction. I think this is just a blowout by 5M's.
I mean, this is one, we talked about it a little bit, and a god I think I need to mention, just because Cherio was the talk of the town at the beginning, but the Hades has also been a very, very wild success point for 5M's in the past days there.
Yeah, really, really strong pick with that Helm of Darkness, which we saw him utilize on Geb in the last game to get into the backline. I feel like Hades does it even better, gets in there, gets those big ults, and might be able to shut down Theeks on this Hecate. I think that's going to be a really important battle there. Cherry's going to be looking to try and get to the Hecate, and we're going to have to see if these can stay safe in that backline.
So when we look at I mean, lane pressure, I guess, early on, I know in the past, conversations with Geb were always kind of, haha, well, we'll wait till you got shield, bud. Like, there's not a lot. But I feel like Ulk hits pretty hard, but the Medusa Ymir, like, how do you anticipate duo going? Because I know we've had a lot of conversations with these two teams about their duo lanes being so strong.
Yeah, I mean, Geb Uller is decent enough clear, but it's not going to be able to pressure Ymir and Medusa anytime early. So you have two options. You send Scream over, look for a possible cringe gank onto Genetics and just try and take him out. Or say we're going to chill, we're going to play as safe as possible, hide in a tower, Scream. You go play through Cherry because you also have that opportunity to find easy ganks. And that's what I love, giving Scream this freedom. He's a jungler that likes to play his own game, and it doesn't always look the same. You're not going to get too, like, you cannot play Loki like you just played Bologna. Those are night and day differences, and Scream is one of those junglers that can swap personas instantaneously. Like, he's going to jump into the Loki persona right away, and he's probably going to AFK farm for a bit. That's totally fine. Loki's late game is the carry. That's what you're playing for, and you have Cyclone Spin on Uller as well. You could play through either of them.
5M's, 5 identities, all of them ready to play different gods at any given time. That's all he needs. I'm really excited to see that. But yeah, like the Cyclone on Ul, like, it does feel like one of those, hey, you know what? We might take a couple lumps for the first few minutes, but like, you recognize Team Risk isn't playing for like hyper aggression. I'm going to kill you, roll over you, and like have 20 kills when you're at 0, and then we'll win. Hazer, they're playing macro game anyway, so you kind of have that leeway if you're 5M's to get to those power spikes.
Yeah, absolutely. They have a bit of time to farm up that Joe lane, and it doesn't really feel like a lane which they're likely to die in the early game. Uller pretty safe with that leap. Geb might take the rollout at level 1 to stay safe there as well. I wonder if we might see an invade here as well. I feel like Ymir Medusa, a lot of potential to maybe go on that purple, take the 2v2. Uller X can be a little scary in that regard, though.
It just seems like Sunder is so far gone, though. We've seen it, probably twice this entire tournament so far. I can only think of once, but I'm giving myself the leeway here. And it's just because your relics are so much more impactful. You know, things like Phantom Shell, if you want the Blink, it's difficult to run because Sunder was so impactful for a moment, but you know, everyone realized, wait a second, there is just so much more that we can really control here. So if you do go for the invade, you're going off of raw damage alone. You're hoping that, you know, the Ymir, the Ice Carpet, the Glacial Strike is enough to try and steal away, or you're just saying, if we show up, are you guys just gonna drop the buff and run? And that's a win in the invade meta, right? If you can just get them and not get the farm, that's just as good as taking it away. And
at least looking for, you said steal, so my brain immediately started to jumping to like BinnyQ trying to, you know, go for some snipes. There's a point they were even willing to contest a Fire Giant that I remember Aggro was kind of like, I don't know if you should be doing that after Cherio's already gone. They went back in, then they lost BinnyQ, and that kind of started them being offset, right? That gave Team Risk another one. But do you see in these moments, you know, I look at them and I think of like Geb and I think, okay, cool, big, blink, cataclysm. You still have that, but it was Cherry doing it, and then you had the emoji walls to come in and lock them down. So you could like create a pretty feasible cage to lock people in and guarantee a lot of your damage. Hazer, is the Hades going to be able to help impact the same style of ults in these fights?
I actually think the Hades is going to play pretty similarly to how the Geb did last time, looking for initiation. But one thing that has changed up in their comp is they previously kind of had the second frontliner with the backline support of Umoja. They had the second frontliner in the Bologna. Scream had that pick to kind of take up kind of that slack in the front line. This game, I'm not so sure that they do have that. PBM on the Geb going to have to step a bit further forward. Geb, a character who does like to play initiation, but then backline support. I wonder if they're going to have enough frontline with that Loki in the jungle.
That's why I think they're going to pivot. I don't think Mike's going to get the aggressive play. He can still go blink Cataclysm. He probably, you know, wants to stay back though and just play more peel, because if you can use that Stone Shield to just, you know, negate 1 to 2 CCs in one fight, Cyclone and Scream can do the rest. Like they do have the DPS to just completely solve that, assuming they can stay safe. No one's picking up beads anymore. You see a Fenrir, it's likely that they might be in the back of their mind, but if you just put all of your trust into Mike and say, hey, you know, you've got the Stone Shield, we've got the CC immunity here, I want to do my damage, I think they have plenty of setup regardless. I don't think they need Mike to be able to go to the front line, considering how much initiation just Cyclone's Axe and Cherry alone have.
Well, just to keep everybody updated, so you know, just fixing a little bit of tech on the stage, making sure that everything's good for everybody before you get into this. If you want more good Smite like Game 1, We're letting them get set up. Should be relatively soon here, though. Quick remake, of course, getting them back into the lobby, back into the game to make sure that everything is set up. And while they're getting there, I want to ask real fast, because who knows how fast this game loads so quick. By the way, free to play, you should check it out. Thor, Hecate, we didn't really talk about him a whole ton,
Right.
mainly because we just saw him. So, like, what are they bringing? I mean, pretty much the same thing, right? Like, a lot of damage coming from Theeks and a lot of CC and control coming from Thor.
I mean, Variety was on point. He was feeling the Thor back again, which I'm fine with. You guys saw the highlights. The triple ult there was probably the reason they were able to defend their Phoenix on that first 5M siege towards their base. So getting it back into Variety's hands makes a lot of sense to me. On the other side, Theeks I feel like he's just so consistent, man. He dominates on just about everything he gets. Benny Q clearly had an idea, maybe an inkling to try and take that Hecate away, and Team Risk didn't give him the chance. They said, we know you want Uller more. We know that's a more valuable pick to you. So your choice is give us Uller, or we're not letting Benny take this pick.
Yeah, I absolutely loved the way that the Hecate was played in mid, absolutely. But I think that the Thor for Variety has been sort of the unsung hero of this team so far this tournament.
Yeah.
He's been so...
Variety's MO, right?
Yeah, he's been so patient with he's going beads as the relic and managing to use it to just barely scrape out after initiating with his ult. He's getting great walls to split off the fight, letting his team kill frontliners. And he just seems to be able to... He has this knack for building Bruiser, still managing to just eke out every little bit of value from his health bar that he can. He gets out on 10% or less so many times in these fights, and I think that's so valuable for his team.
And it's honestly, like you said, it's kind of like the unsung hero, because like you'll look down, I mean, even Genetics, like his slash line, like they didn't look great. If you're just looking at the KDA, you're kind of like, yeah, well, okay, you maybe could have died a couple less times, maybe could have been cleaner, but like then you compare that to actual impact in game. You see the stuns, the control, zoning. I mean, there was one point I remember, we were talking about the fact, I think Genetics like blinked forward, ulted, and it was literally just to get the passive out there, right?
Yep.
Like things like that where it's like, oh my God, that's insane. Like it doesn't even matter if you die, you did so much for your team.
Yeah, the tiny little plays, that's the real difference between guys like Genetics and maybe other top support players who aren't quite at the top of the game like he is. He just makes these small plays that really make the difference in high-level games like this.
But you have to remember that Cherry last game didn't quite have that same level of clear potential. Remember how Hades just destroys all side farm. Variety's not going to be able to match that level of farm. It's not possible. Thor cannot clear as quickly. So if Variety's stuck, trying to match the proxy, trying to follow around Cherry on this Hades, he's going to be getting behind so quickly. He has to try and rotate and help the team. He's going to have to sacrifice a couple levels. That's inevitable when you're up against the Hades in the solo lane. I wonder if he can have that same level of impact, considering how outfarmed he's just, from the rip, he's going to be getting. Because Hades, again, he just walks up, one-shots the wave, walks up, one-shots the camps. Then he goes on his merry way. He goes on a journey. Does whatever he wants. You're like, I don't know where he is, bro, but he stole all the farm, and now he's missing. And Variety has two options there. I'm going to chase him around. I'm going to try and match that farm, which you can't do. Or I'm going to AFK with you guys and be behind, but I'll still make an impact.
Well, we covered duo, we covered mid, we covered jungle, we covered solo. The only thing left to cover is the game itself. So to do so, we're going to jump over to our casters.
Indeed. Malum and Agro still with you hanging out, but it's not just us because they won't stop being loud. So Las Vegas, are you still out there? Are we still good? I think they're still good.
They're still there. Yeah, they're still good.
Game number 2, right on the horizon. 5M's and Team Risk. Team Risk up a game, a memorable game 1. I'm in agreement with everybody else. The best game we've seen of SMITE 2. Can game 2 live up to the hype is now the question at hand.
You know what's crazy is I think it could. I really think it could. I think that the draft in this game 2 was impressive from both sides. Cyclone getting on Uller, I think he was the best Uller player we saw yesterday by a significant margin. I think he's the best Uller player in SMITE 2 currently, so that's a great pickup for 5M's, and it gives them something I thought they were desperately lacking in the last game, which is ranged hard CC. It was very hard for them to start fights. Now, sometimes simply an axe onto Genetics could be enough in order to start a fight for them. And I love the adjustment to put Scream on the Loki. He's been playing Thor, he played Bologna, he struggled on both of those gods. I think keep simplifying it here. Hey, your job is not to buy a space, it's not to zone, it's not to do this. Your job is to go kill that guy, and it's gonna be Theeks. Go kill Theeks. That is your job, this game, Scream. And if he does that well, then it's going to make it a lot harder for Risk. And I like the simplification of 5M's draft.
Cherry going for the proxy, blink forward for Genetics, catches the beads early. So Cherry won't get that wave for free. Didn't even fully clear it on the proxy.
But he should just be able to loop around and then hit it again once his 3 is back up. Yeah, exactly. So he'll full clear this. Cyclone is off on that right-hand side in the Thor matchup. This is probably just because the duo lane kill potential of Ymir Medusa is quite high. And Uller got played by Goduin in solo yesterday, you know, can kind of survive in this lane on his own anyways. And Hades, so much harder to stop from farming, as long as he can get access to the wave early. Can't kill it in 1, but can kill it in 2 rotations. That's why Cherio had the nice idea to proxy and set himself up.
Tough lane for Variety to clear too against that Uller when he's
True. Yep, and with the Bumbas, it's very easy for Cyclone to get lane pressure, and now he gets both sets of the backs, should be able to get the rogue camp as well. And then when it comes time, they can just simply teleport, exchange on the sides, and then go right back to the lanes that they would typically be in.
Looks like Cyclone second guesses it with Variety around the corner and more farm to take. As you mentioned, that rogue camp.
What?
Hello?
Hello?
What are you doing? Think's gone. Thirst Blood North America again.
That's, hey, Scream, your job? Kill that guy.
Yep.
Just keep doing that.
Objective
that's all
complete.
You got, that's all you got to do. And he starts early here in game 2. Gets the kill on mid. I don't think Doug wasn't expecting it. We weren't expecting it. Certainly Theeks wasn't expecting it.
No.
It's not the end of the world, right? Theeks is going to be fine. It's first blood for Benny Q, which is great, of course. But this Hecate pick is designed to go late, not necessarily stop early. So not the end of the world for Theeks.
Just how do you respond now, and how do you keep going safe and being too careful with it? A jump away from Cyclone, plenty okay, plus the shield. So I think we can take a look back and see just how that First Blood went down.
Yeah, I think it might just be Scream stealths in, and he goes ahead and kills him. Oop, good beam from Benny, gets the juke, and that raw too slow is so strong. It's hard to walk up to the wave against him, and Hecate's clear early is not good. It is not impressive. So it takes a long time. You have to get a lot of basic attacks down. Couldn't do it.
PBM will take a lot, but that shield is going to pay dividends throughout this set. But the laning phase especially. Laning phase ain't going great for Cherry now. A pickup for Variety.
That beads that it got forced by Genetics by blinking in on the proxy end up being a huge difference maker on that gank being successful. Cherry's beads were down for another 5 seconds or so when that gank occurred. It was kind of accidentally perfect spacing, I think, from Lazarus and Variety, because they both have channeled abilities that Cherry needs to be able to silence or fear. Couldn't do so.
Ult damage, but off the mark! Can you still find it? Yeah, you can. Damage not done. Scream picks up another for 5M.
Well, you know, sometimes as a mid laner, it seems like it should be easy, but then your hand slips, your mouse is
sorry,
slippery.
gang. My DPI was too high.
Yeah, tough look.
My fault, gang.
Toss Scream is blink, which could end up being impactful. We'll see.
Jump in from Lasper, really putting the pressure on Cherry, who's got the beads, but the chase is really on. How far will they go on this chase with Cherry having dash?
He's got dash. Lasper's got multiple, so he could chase, but correct decision from Lasper. And that freed up Variety to take away 1/2 of the back harpies on the right side anyways. So good job keeping Cherry in check. So far, that lane swap, I think it helped Cyclone, but might have ended up hurting Cherry a little bit because he doesn't get prio on that right-hand side as he would typically want to in the early stages. And that's a trade that I imagine 5M's would happily make. That Cherry himself would say, yeah, of course I would set myself a little behind to get Cyclone on Uller in particular ahead. That's the kind of win condition that he can be. And the Malum, I regret to inform you that we have another Necronomicon in mid.
I was wondering how long it would be until you would bring it up, and I was wondering how long it'd be until I'd see that look in your face.
Yeah. Maybe it'll be sick this game, you know? I think it did slow down. I think it opened opportunities for Lasbra in game 1 that you would not otherwise have had. I also think that there's a good chance that it's hard for us to see the value of that. It is a lot of intelligence that you get from each stack, right? You gain 50 intelligence. Like, this can be an absolutely absurd item, 200 intelligence max and 10% penetration. It's not that even the 500 intelligence and 10% pen early is also fairly solid. It's just that those stacks, yes, they're worth a lot of int, but they make you so squishy we'll see. You know, it's hard for us to say if it's going to find value. But
Scream picks a fight with Feeks. A lot of damage on ult as well, but once again, unable to secure enough to set up Benihue for the ult. That time the ult was more on target,
yes,
but not close enough. Lasper jump in, big dog out, fights on. Benihue gone as well, but Scream not giving up. Second kill on the Loki.
Wow, Variety was there. Great rotation from Variety. I thought he was going to be able to clean up Scream, but just able to get enough space and away. So a good trade, 1-for-1, I think, overall for 5M because it accelerates Scream. Scream is the one that we are going to be keeping an eye on in the late game. In the late game, it's going to be, can Theek stay safe and still deal relevant damage? Because there are times where as a mid laner, you choose between, hey, am I going to be in position to follow up and do 55k damage or whatever Theeks did in game 1, or do I need to be more patient and play my life? And so even just the threat of something like a Loki, even if he isn't killing Theeks, can affect how much damage output he's doing. So that's going to be the matchup I'm watching come late game. Loki versus
I think it's really interesting too, because you talked about the Necronomicon on the Raw, and instantaneously we saw Raw go down, but you have Scream, so you have a little bit of help in the lane to help get some of those stacks online.
Yeah, it's going to be easier when you've got a bigger damage dealer like Loki in comparison to the Bologna. So you can accelerate your stacks, and he gets, you know, he died with 0 stacks, and then gets the assist, so gains the stack after.
Screams a poke in Lasper. Will there be follow-up? 5M close enough maybe to go full Insano mode to bring down that Fenrir, so he gets to step away. And this is that sort of pace that built up to what was such an insane first 10 minutes. Now, only 7 minutes in, and the game's still so close.
Much better early game scenario
for a lot of
Risk.
players.
Yeah, definitely not as volatile as it was. A little bit more typical.
Whoa, Variety takes a lot. Cherio, gonna be tough to find the full kill, but that was enough to scare Variety back.
Yeah, I don't know if we missed Cherio using his enhanced ability once he was in the ultimate, or yeah, maybe he did maybe he slammed in there, to, or I would have expected him to try and catch the hammer or dash after him. But either way, got a good chunk and is going to buy him pressure here in order to try and get this invade off. With Scream lurking and Mike in the area as well, it should be guaranteed.
Good read as well from Team Risk, not stay too long. That could have gotten very, very scary very quickly. Genetics also having a much better game so far.
Yeah, not as behind on the Ymir, and he struggled all the way into the mid to late game, I think, with being too squishy. Should be a little bit easier this time around, but I think Hades is scarier to play into for Ymir than Geb is, and Ullr is scarier to play into than Jingwei by a significant margin as a frontliner. So I think even though Genetics is in a better spot to start this game, no deaths through the first 8 minutes, his game is harder this time around than I expected his game 1 to be. So he's going to have to be on point. I really think it was the right side of the map that was the difference maker for Team Risk in game 1. It was Lasper and Variety, I think, significantly outplayed Scream and Cherio. 5M's is going to need to make sure that they either get more value out of their duo lane than they did, even though I think that overall they played better in the duo side. It wasn't by enough to offset the absolute trouncing that Variety and Lasper were able to give the right side. So you either need the right side to pick up their pace a little bit if you're 5M's here in game 2, or for the duo lane to do even more. And they've kind of got the picks to do it with Ullr and Geb. 2 signature picks for Cyclone and PBM, and 2 gods that are more solidified in what they're going to do in comparison to Jing and Yamoja, who can be a little bit more flexible. We'll see.
Petrify, Cyclone, dead!
Gone.
Genetics able to pick it up for Team Risk. It's looking good on the left-hand side. They got the Queen Nagas before as well. Cyclone couldn't get a steal there. So you're gaining pressure, you're sending Lasper to the left, and you've got the Queen Naga minions to help you out on gold if you want to pull it. It's scary for 5M's.
Not ideal right after my 5-minute monologue about how the duo lane for 5M's played well but needs to do even more for Cyclone to get caught. Looks like it was a blink freeze out of vision from Genetics to set up that kill. Nicely done, and now we'll see if they can convert on a gold.
Benihue might get close enough for a steal attempt, plus you got PBM inside the pit already. Open the gates is out, the Gold Fury let go at around a quarter health. PBM repositions Team Risk, try to grab the Gold Fury back, but they're stutter stepping a bit. That leaves an opening. Cherry's close to it. Gold still not dead, but that ult is too early. but Cherry goes in and gets the Gold Fury away. Team Risk played with their food too long. Now a slam down from Variety. Add more to the menu, add a Geb 2.
Cherry trying to get one back, but he's not going to be able to. Variety goes forward with some help from Hecate and Ymir. I don't think Cherry is going to be able to get out. The wall's there indeed.
It's gonna be close. You've got to find the right spot to hit at the wall.
Yes,
Got him! Feed's not gonna save you that time. The killing spree for Variety.
Bro, if you would have shown me this Variety versus what we saw in Atlanta, I would have been like, is this the same guy? Like, he was struggling, to say the least, in the qualifiers to get here. But Variety, man, is absolutely popping for Team Risk. Early seasons of SMITE Variety is just, whether it's SMITE 1 or SMITE 2, seems to be an unbelievable monster that is hard to stop. 3-0, he has been on time to every play, even the time where Scream's able to get out just barely in mid after killing Lasper. Variety was there within a second of being on time on a play that was very quickly developing. He has been in the right place, he's been accurate. He had a perfect beads on the Cataclysm when he landed there from PM that I thought was gonna stop him from being able to go forward. He has hit almost everything. Variety is putting on an absolute show and has definitely been the MVP for Risk. I know Theeks just popped on the Hecate. I know that he had a great game in Game 1, but I really think the way that Variety's playing is making it easy for the rest of Risk to handle team fights.
Let's take a look back and see if we can break things down. Big gold?
A Cherry
is good. I mean, look at that view.
Like, yep.
And everything.
In a great spot, was early on the beads, was able to keep chasing consistently. I mean, how does he play it better in this position? Like, I just don't think it's really possible for him to do so. Cherry just needs to respect the wall here enough to pre-beads, I guess, but
right at max range.
He's not watching him, so he can't. You know, he's just reacting to the sound cue. Cherry makes a big play too. He goes and gets it. Nearly got one back there as well. Cherry made a big play to steal, but Variety makes it happen.
That old hits from Benny Q, does some poke to Team Risk. They'll step back. A lot of members around this Pyromancer area. Notably, Scream pretty high up on the map, but his backing should mean no engage, at least from the side of 5M's.
And Scream was very active early, got those first 2 kills.
Slowed down a lot.
And has now just been farming. He just said, yep, I did what I could early. Now it's going to be a little bit harder. We're a little bit more grouped. I don't have the damage to one-shot through things like the Talisman of Purification from Genetics. I'm not going to be able to immune the freeze very easily. So I'm just going to farm and get to my later stages, which is correct, I think.
Scream gets ulted, has the blink away, and has created plenty of space, but Streak is still on the chase.
Variety's teleporting.
You got the Thor, you can cut off the angles, you gotta find him in stealth. So far on it, Streak has barely missed. The stealth out, dead. Streak Up follows it perfect.
Great call from Streak Up to go aggressive there, and again, Variety is ahead of the game. He's already channeling the teleport by the time that Scream goes there. Assassinate was down for Scream at the time. Not sure what he used. Oh, he used it to get away from bottom right here as Genetics had chased him in with the wall. So loses the blink, goes a little bit of a greedy way. If he had just gone south once he got into that side jungle, I just don't think Streak had the damage to kill him. Streak corrals Scream into a bad spot, and of course, he was there to help, but Variety.
It feels like somehow, despite the difference to game number 1, we're on 14, coming up on 15 minutes. We're kind of in a similar spot. I mean, kills separated by 3. The gold is hardly that much to mention too much. I mean, 1,000 experience, much more significant. But it's just a crazy spot to be in when you consider how close game 1 was too. Usually, you don't see too much of that back-to-back in games.
No, this has been impressive, what we've seen from Risk as Variety not gonna get caught maybe by Assassinate? Scream, maybe?
Might have the distance on it. Meanwhile, a lot of action around the gold positioning as well. Variety's backing in the face of a couple. Not enough time to go in though. I thought the same as you. I really thought Stream would feel ambitious enough to go in. Team Risk pull Pyro, gold, the answer on the left, and it looks like both should go mostly uncontested as Benny Q, not close enough.
Now, are they going? Okay, yeah, Cherry's backing, so I wasn't sure if they had called it off, but if they know if they're grouped on right, they can pull on left, so a trade. I like that trade a lot for 5M's because they are now on their second Gold Fury already. Those minions getting tankier means that they have less time, that Risk has a harder time shoving out a wave right after 5M's has pushed it, and then rotating into the jungle and being able to catch up and be present for something like a Fire Giant pull or a Pyromancer pull or the next Gold Fury pull. This bomb could get value from Risk, and then it evens it out a little bit more, but you're trading a temporary buff in the Runic Bomb for a permanent one from the second Gold Fury for 5M's.
I love the call to the bomb because that was one thing I noticed in the previous game. There was so much going on that a lot of bombs stayed in pocket towards the end of the game.
Yeah, it's hard to use them sometimes. There are a lot more consumables these days in Smite 2 that are impacting the map. You know, your Eye of the Jungle pings, which are really cool, and your Cyclops wards, and your Runic Bombs, and your Naga charges that Streak has. Like, there are a lot of things that can put some pressure on your consumable slot, and making sure you're getting value out of these bombs quickly is important because Genetics now doesn't really want to sell his health chalice. He has to use the Runic Bomb before he can get a ward. Otherwise, he can't ward until he uses his Runic Bomb. That's why I'm not a huge fan of putting it on the support, the Runic Bomb that is, because Genetics inventory is now you either got to sell the health chalice or use the bomb. Otherwise, he can't help you get vision.
More rotations, but the 1v1 is pretty interesting. Laspra learning the Ra's doing a bit of damage at the moment, and there's still a lot stuck around that teleporter in right as well. And it feels like these two teams are becoming so familiar with this idea of we dance close, we see if anyone blinks, nobody does, we got better control.
Get the right side tower, no blinking there from Risk on that tier 1 tower siege, but the Runic Bomb wasn't used. So that tells me that Risk isn't done, that they don't think that that's the only play they're going for.
Very passive from 5M's too.
Yep, in the next few minutes. Have to feel like it's because Variety's so ahead, that he's level 17, that he's gonna be difficult to stop in these fights.
Scream picks a fight. The answer is Ragnarok to bring him back. When he lands down, Variety's waiting. A lot of damage has come on. The 5M's, and Cherry is gone. Who's up next? The Gates from Theeks won't find a home, but he takes it. Looks for damage, has backup too! And the squad pulled through, but couldn't make any additional picks happen.
Cherry found a huge ultimate there, Malum, but it just isn't enough damage. He's too far behind, and Hades is rarely behind at 17.5 minutes. That is not where he typically finds himself. But because he is in this game, that ultimate doesn't get quite enough value. And the ultimate from Benny Q, it might have clipped someone, but it just isn't the type of follow-up I like to see off of Hades ult. It's more single target. The Hades ult where everyone gets dragged all the way to the center and are lined up for you, like, you're winning those fights anyways if they're stuck in Hades ult for that long. I would have liked something that can take advantage of the fact that they're grouped for a second, not just looking for one particular target, and they're moving, and they can beads and walk out. It's just not a setup that I think is super easy for Ra to follow up on. Something more like an Int Zeus, where that Lightning Storm is more applicable. If you can just drop it on the Hades ult and you get 2 ticks, then you've gotten enough value in order to win the team fight. Just don't love the synergy between the Hades and the Ra, and for how good of an ult Cherry got, I feel like 5M's should have gotten more often.
It was around this time, maybe a little bit earlier in game 1, where 5M's was pulling a similar lead to what Team Risk has right now. And also, what you were just talking about with Benny Q, even when the ults hit, you still, through all this fighting, there's 1 stack on Necronomicon.
Not a lot, but in some ways that's a blessing, because you're not as squishy, you know? Lasbra's 1v1ing you in the jungle is less threatening because you won't just get one-tapped by Brutalize. But he will, you know, he can just get a bunch of stacks out of nowhere and then one-shot someone with a snipe in one fight. Only needing 3 stacks means that you get a lot.
Wall catches, double tap hits, damage on, the follow, perfect! Cherry gets caught and dropped.
This has just been solo lane so far, man. And I think in this set, the story for me has been Variety just outplaying Cherry so far. And it's never that simple. It's never just one set, you know, or one role that is the difference maker. But 4-0 to 0-4 in comparison, and setting up for another kill and a Fire Giant for Team Risk is pretty big out of Variety. I like what 5M's do here, get something on the back end, but so far, Malum, you look at the value that top 2 Thor Hecate versus the top pick Ullr has gotten, it's not close. The Thor alone has been more valuable. Cyclone has not been involved in any of the kills so far for 5M's. And Ullr, again, much like Hades, not a god that is super accustomed nor excels when behind.
You and I were talking after game number 1. Hang on. Is he at the back? He's in the self-grass. He's good. So Geb good, but we were talking after game 1 about how we might see Thor and Thanatos both banned, which might open up the space. I know the crowd's been wanting it. Might open up that space for Aladdin. They chose not to go that route.
Yeah.
We saw Thana banned and Thor grabbed, and you have it with Hecate. You've got 3 characters who clearly are making stuff work for Team Risk.
2 bans feels like a difficult task when you're up against teams like 5M's and Team Risk.
Especially when the 1 is just a guaranteed for a character we haven't seen.
Have to do it, you know, they feel at least. I would not be surprised if we don't see an Aladdin ban next game, and I'm sure the crowd would be very upset if that was to happen.
Would you guys be upset? Would you be happy for some Aladdin Charlie? I checked for you.
I don't think they want it. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just don't think they want it enough, personally. That's the vibe I'm getting. We'll have to see. I just think that clearly the strategy for 5M's has been to hamstring Lazarus. You know, they banned Athena both games. They banned Athena, Athena Thana in that last one. For me, I don't think you can give Variety Thor again today, at the very least. He's red hot on it right now. I just think destroyed a right enemy.
Team Risk grabs another Queen Naga later. You would think their value might drop a bit, but Team Risk knows how to use them well, and they can get in the way of a lot, including for Ullr, which is another thing that could slow Cyclone Spin down, who's already having a tough time.
Yeah, it really has not done a lot of player damage so far, and that's, again, not typical for Ullr. Not a lot of player damage from Risk really across the board. It's just been effective player damage. Scream has gotten 2 towers on the right-hand side. If he can back and buy full Heartseeker, he's going to be pretty strong for this siege.
There it is, right on cue, able to grab Heartseeker and then some. As the siege begins, Variety lands down on a PBM, might be stuck in the gates too. Look how much damage is on the rock. Finally goes down, took some time. Cyclone Spin low too, had to jump away, but here's Scream. Heartseeker in hand, damage on, not enough.
Ooh.
You lose Cherry too. Benny almost got it, but the dagger was used to bring him back up to full strength, and Team Risk continue the siege.
This backline for 5M's has nowhere to go because their front line is getting eviscerated. Mike gets pulled in by the gates because he blinked in and then got pushed the other way and still chased down. Benny's snipe was solid, but you called it, Malum. All it did was let Streak go, yes, Obsidian Dagger. I would like my full HP bar back and a particularly potent buff. Cyclone's got to make something crazy happen here.
Marching down the mid lane, 1 combo on, doesn't do enough to find a kill, and Team Risk add another Phoenix to their tally. Back down the mid lane they go. Cyclone can't find a spin. There is a cutoff. Scream might have an opening, but no. Call was to not chase too far.
Scream wasn't able to get into the back line. He was just too late, so he kind of had to go on whoever was available to him, and it was Lazra, who has a fairly tanky build with the Gargoyle, with the Shifters, and with a Shield Splitter as well. I don't know if we've seen one quite yet, but with that Geb Shield, now has an item to try and take it down. With that active, you kind of toss out this boomerang, and it hits right there. It's not a boomerang because it doesn't come back, but it kind of looks like a boomerang, so that's what I always called it. But
I'll call it boomerang too.
Thank you, I appreciate that. You probably shouldn't. It's much more confusing than just throwing the axe. It's objectively worse. But it makes that Geb shield a little bit less threatening. They're so far ahead on Risk that I don't know if Shield Splitter is even necessary, but it was a nice insurance policy from Lazra to pick up, especially because I'm sure Geb shields are going to be on who he is trying to kill a lot of the time.
Feels like 5M's. One thing that I'm a little bit worried about that you were very much on the money with in game number 1 was that 5M's took moments they didn't have to, and they kind of got in this position where defending felt awkward, and they let their desperation to make a play get the better of them. They're in that position so much earlier.
Yes, they are. They are in a tough spot now. Down 8K, it's just 24 minutes in. The good news for 5M's is that they've got some pretty key items done already. They've gotten a lot of the expensive ones out of the way. Heartseeker's done for both Cyclone and Scream. Rod of Tahuti's already done for Benny. And Benny can get a lot of intelligence just by getting a couple of assists in a fight. You know, 2 more assists, he gets 100 intelligence. And that can happen in the blink of an eye. So it kind of makes up for his lack of itemization in that way. We saw how much damage a Snipe did to Streak. If he had one more stack of Necro, it would have killed him.
Speaking of killed, maybe? No, nice blink ult, but getting followed. Variety has to be on the money. Good guess. Wrong side. Scream gets away.
Yeah, 50-50, but still losing Assassinate and Blink is really bad for Scream. I mean, that just completely neuters his ability to be aggressive in this fight.
Especially without that front line you keep calling to, that you have to make the plays happen. It feels like more and more that's going to have to be Cyclone Spin, channeling whatever the energy was yesterday on this Uller that looked so spectacular. You've got to recapture that if you want some kind of way back in.
Completely agree. I mean, I was talking with Inbound and Hazer yesterday. They were saying that Streak and Cyclone are 1A, 1B, that maybe Streak's even playing better right now, and I was like, no way, man. Cyclone's him. And so far, I don't know.
There's the stun, playing pretty darn good. 5M stampedes to get away. Good use of the active, but another thing burned in a way to be defensive and retreat.
Still 2 ultimates down. I think that's overall a positive trade. PBM can stick around, still has his ultimate, has Blink up in 5. Can they get in?
Trying to get there quick. It's going to be a close call. Genetics gets the fire, the raw ultimate too late, and Team Risk, they're wearing the fire around their belts and they're ready to run it down. It looks like they just got to find their opening, and Cherry gets caught. Cherry's low, might just die to the Thor on the right. He gets to the South Grass, double tap on, auto, bang, dead.
Yeah, Cherry just got caught clearing a wave that he really could not be on. A tough day so far for Cherry over there in the solo lane. Now 0-6. Doesn't get a chance to use his ultimate in that fight. And once again, Streak armed with that Obsidian Dagger, gonna try and make a play.
Mid lane, screen grab, silence too, making life even harder. Positions around, able to juke it out. Lazarus still nowhere, Variety lands close by. Scream scurries away, but look what this has opened up on the right-hand side.
Not going to be easy to stop this. That right side Phoenix is toast. Medusa so good at dealing structure damage in quick bursts with that Viper shot. Now completely undefended is 5M's Titan.
Team Risk backs away. They're letting the minions lead the charge, and why not? You killed all the Phoenixes. Now you can just let them bleed out.
Yeah.
Starve from lack of resources at this point. I mean, you don't even have everyone at level 20. PBM's pretty far away. Cherry still hasn't been, which is a huge deal for Cherry. I'm shocked. There was so much talk that I was seeing on Twitter between the SMITE community of 5M's should have this. Remember Team Risk in Georgia?
Yeah.
This is not that Team Risk.
It's not Variety. That's the difference to me. It really is. It's that simple. He went from making games harder for them to win in Atlanta to now being the best player on the field, in my opinion. He has just done everything for them. And Risk, I don't want to take away from the rest of the members. Streaks had an unbelievable set. He's played so clean. Theeks has played great. Lasbra's played great. Genetics has played very well. But when someone on your team is just on a heater, when they're just on the hot streak, it is really such a mental boost for the rest of your team, let alone what it does to what they're doing in game, where Variety's just been able to start so many fights for them. More aggressive with the build this game, going Heartseeker last. I don't believe he had that in the last game in a Brawler's first. So,
feeling himself.
Yep, feeling it. Why wouldn't he? Why wouldn't he? Scream still is getting there, I will say. He is level 20. He has 5.5 items. He is nearly there into one-shot territory. If he can get behind Streak and insta-kill him, maybe that 5M's can make it happen. Because Variety's damage is excellent, but I don't think he's got the damage to one-tap Cyclone Spin. And if that doesn't happen, then the fight can get ugly fairly quickly. But we're talking a lot of ifs. Scream did just finish Avatar's Parashu. That's big. That is a ton of strength, and the active makes it that much better. Scream might even have an angle here. I just don't know if he knows it.
5M's will have to find the perfect way to defend this. 3 Phoenixes down is the nightmare. SMITE 1 or SMITE 2. You've got to figure it out. A Helm from Genetics leads the way. Doesn't find the freeze, and 5M's can back up, but they're backed up in the throne room.
That was a beads from Cyclone as well, so that Helm of Darkness got immediate value for Genetics. This means Mike is going to have to be on babysitting duty for Cyclone Spin. It means he can't help Cherry when he goes in, and they probably need him to be able to do a Blink Cataclysm onto the back line, but I just don't think it's possible.
What's tough is all those Phoenixes, their timers are so similar. Scream takes the fight, caught by the Ragnarok.
Wow.
He gets dropped. Lasbra wins a 1v1 that very may well end this game. Team Risk follow up. Cherry next to go to Streak. And here come Team Risk into the throne room. 5M's, North America's trying to hang on, but they're gonna go down 2-0 to Team Risk. One more game for the finals.
I said, Malum, the right side of the map for 5M's has got to play better than they did in game 1.
You nailed it.
They did not. They did not. They both die with ultimate
had
up
to.
on that final siege. Scream and Cherry just right now getting outplayed by Lasbra and Variety. This is a disaster moment for 5M's because the way the Variety's played on this store, you're always kind of expecting like, hey, we might need to adjust our picks and bans. You know, someone might be popping off on a pick. Now it feels like we have to take Thor. You got to either ban it or you got to pick it. Those are your only two options. Does that open up Aladdin? Does that open up Uller for Streak? I mean, what do you even take it at this point with how good he looks on the Medusa? Hecate for Theeks, you feel like you can't really beat easily. Not seeing a clear path forward for 5M's, besides the right side simply playing better, which is not that easy.
I'm with you, and this is what PBM has always been for his teams, and it's needed now in this moment, really more than ever, because falling to the losers bracket right now, we talked about how hungry those teams are. That's a risk you might not want to take. And Team Risk, they're poised, and they're on the precipice of making it to the finals with the winner's advantage, and we'll see if they can do it when we get back from this break for game number 3.
Up, make some pissed off. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pissed off. Came back from being down 1-3. Up, make some pissed off. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pissed off. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pissed off. Came back from being down 1-3. Pack my things up, make some pissed off. Came back from being down 1-3.
Welcome back, everyone, to the SMITE 2 Founders Series as things continue. And maybe not the way you would want if you are a fan of 5M's. Up front, though, I want to mention, the fact we keep calling it the Founder Series. You see it written right here. It's on the back of these cards. I know some of the badges out there say Founder. What are you founding? You're founding the game. You're helping keep things going. And, of course, you're earning stuff in the process. You can go to smite2.com and pick up a Founders Edition today. And you can get one of 3 varieties on that one. You can get the base Founders Edition, Deluxe, or Ultimate. All 3 of those are going to give you tons of stuff. But, of course, maybe the most important of all is the fact that it includes all SMITE 2 gods forever. That means every single god that comes out, you will be able to play the second they come out. You won't have to think twice about it. You won't have to go, oh, well, maybe do I need to get diamonds? Do I have to unlock them? How do I do this? You're just going to have them. You're also going to get 2 times your legacy gems. So anything that carries over, there's already a couple of skins that are using some of those legacy gems in SMITE 2. So anything that you spent in SMITE 1, you can use to unlock stuff in SMITE 2 as well. And then for some of them, you're going to get things like the cross-gen Night Stalker Neath.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Some people might consider a bottom pick god at the moment, but I actually think with that aspect, she's very, very strong.
And you might also find, let's say, the Fallen Zeus skin, something that you might want to equip, as well as Ascension passes, right? 11 if you get the Deluxe Edition, or 23 if you get the Ultimate Edition. And I do not kid you, those things, like, pay you back for unlocking them and getting stuff. You can go to smite2.com, and I have this in front of me. I opened it. smite2.com/founders-edition, and that'll take you straight to the page. But no matter what, become a founder today. And of course, thank you to everybody who's already purchased one. We really do genuinely appreciate it. And hopefully you enjoy all the fantastic content that you've been able to pick up. And hopefully you've been enjoying some fantastic Smite. That one, guys, so game 1 was fantastic in the way that it was very competitive.
Right.
This was fantastic in the way that if you are, especially if you're a fan of Team Risk, they just want everything. If it was available, it was theirs.
Yeah, me and 5M's got baited because I thought minus the Geb and the Raw, this was a dream draft for 5M's.
Yeah.
But Mike on the Geb again, not being able to have that much impact on the game. He plays more defensive, which has never really been his style, but it did look like it fit very well into the draft. Cherio, I assumed, would just outfarm, but it turns out they had the answer for that, and it was just, let's camp Cherio, right? He's going to build full damage Hades. Why don't we just put 2-3 bodies in his lane constantly? Variety just ran the show over on that side of the map. I mean, the Raw snipes were off the mark. The Hades never really got the one-shot. Scream sort of AFK farm to just try and get late game and help hard carry his team away, but even that was not enough. Like, he didn't quite get full build. Lasbra was winning that 1v1 every single time, so it looked great on paper. It just did not play out on map.
Yeah, I mean, they first picked an Uller, and I'm not sure I saw Cyclone do anything that game. Towards the end of the game, he was sitting only above the supports in terms of the damage charts. He was 3rd bottom damage in the entire game. Very little impact from him, and on the other side, I mean, Variety on the Thor, it has to go going into this game.
Yep.
It feels like it cannot get through. It cannot be picked by Risk. Whether you pick that away on first pick side or if you ban that, we shall see. But 5M's have to deal with the Thor.
Man, 07 for Cherry. Like, he was, like, don't get me wrong.
07's in chat.
I saw Streak, like, hiding in the grass, ready to gank him. I saw Lasbra over there. Variety was constantly around. So it wasn't as if he was just getting diffed. He definitely was. But there was also, they realized, hey, there's going to be a full damage Hades over there. We could probably just kill him. Like, we could probably just make sure that he doesn't get get to do all of these crazy things that his build can do if we just CC him and blow him up. And they did it constantly.
I mean, it's going to be such an interesting, I mean, just everything, right? Having to jump forward to this next game. Being down 1 in a best of 5 is not the end of the world, right? You can kind of mentally reset. And admittedly, a few of those guys that are on 5M's were down 2-0 in a finals last year and didn't seem to be affected too poorly by that. So realistically, like, this is a team that, has that resilience. But on the other side of that, when you're up 2-0, like, you've kind of figured out, like, okay, this is what they want to do. Obviously, you're feeling incredibly comfortable as a team. And so the question then does have to go to picks and pans. Like, I mean, what are you getting rid of? Like, if you're banning this Athena, is it worth letting her through if it gets rid of Thor? Do you trade out the Thor for the Thana and let him have that? Like, I mean, where do you go?
So I think they threw 2 bans at Laspra that game. They threw the Athena and the Thanatos. I know Athena might be flexed over in support, but realistically, we think this one's going jungle if it's picked. They banned 2 gods out from him. He got this Fenrir, and he was just fantastic. Even at the late game, even after Scream farming out as hard as he can to try and get to the late game, he gets soloed as he goes in when 3 Phoenixes are down. Obviously, you have to make a play, but Laspra had a great game. I feel like they've taken 2 characters away. He's picked a 3rd. He's proven that he has the depth in his god pool. I think now they need to switch. As we mentioned, the Thor, I feel like, has to go. Maybe something for the Hecate in mid, or maybe a second ban aimed at Variety, perhaps that Bellona.
Well, we'll figure something out, and good news is we don't have to figure it out. They got to figure it out. Picks and bans, game 3. And this is a lot of pressure. Again, you're still in the upper bracket if you're 5M's, but you don't want to get knocked down, not now. You want to try to go the distance, at least as far as you can. Team Risk up 2-0. They'll be second pick. 5M's will be first pick. And the swap from the first pick Uhl to the first ban Uhl maybe shows that they also kind of recognize that it did not get the performance necessary. And a Thor ban. So Aphrodite,
Athena, Aladdin, they got a choice.
Got so much open. And it will be the Aladdin. I hear the disappointment out there. The boo.
The boo, the thumbs down, just staring at them.
We wish, I will say, we got a good shot of that We Wish for Aladdin earlier, and that is a really, really well-drawn lamp.
Another great sign.
That is good stuff, number 1. But I can't
Really?
I mean, I do think that Hecate needed to be taken off of Theeks, but over Athena, that's kind of scary.
So you get the Hecate.
Double, really? They never even wanted it. They just assumed Lasper wanted to play it. Did they grab it here? I mean, I'm usually, right, as an analyst, we like to think we have an inkling of what's going on. But when the Athena is this highly prioritized, I just assume that both teams valued it like that highly. I know Lasper plays it. We've seen it time and time again with the aspect. You could just ult to whoever's being dough. I mean, you have so much CC for your team, ease of setup. Turns out, Team Rissa, we value our duo lane leagues more than that. We don't have to pick it at all.
Yeah, I think the reason for that is if you look at what Laspra likes to play, the Thanatos, the Fenrir, and the Athena, all 3 still available if he wants to go towards any of them. So maybe deciding to prioritize the Ymir and the Medusa, less depth in those god pools for those players at the moment. We see the Nuwa come through now. We've seen this played by Theeks in the mid lane, game 1 in their set against Smoke Break. I honestly wasn't especially impressed by this Nuwa. I don't think the god is in that strong of a spot, so we're going to have to see what he does with that. But as we mentioned, Laspra loves this Thanatos. That could be going to him, but could also be a flex over towards Variety in the solo lane.
I want to see what Cherry goes to right here, assuming that he's not playing the Bellona, which Scream likes to take it. Does he lose faith in that Hades pickup? Is he going to look elsewhere? What? So, is he taking the Bellona and you just let Scream play the Pele? That's what it seems like. And the crowd seems to love it.
I mean, if I'm remembering correctly, 5 kills, 5M's was Pele, right? I mean, that is a god that he does really well with in the past. So if you're looking for someone to pick something up, that's going to be great. But man, Bellona versus Ama, I mean, first off, Hazer, what a blast from the past, but also a really strong solo matchup.
Yeah, Amaterasu, a god who we've not actually seen so far at this event. So her first appearance, she was very, very strong in solo when that Sunbeam bow was meta. I'm not sure it's seen a couple nerfs since then. It's fallen out of the ADC meta build. I wonder if we'll still see it on this Amaterasu, but that makes her so scary in the early game. Once she gets that item online, her damage just skyrockets.
And it is, I think, dangerous, right? Charlie, this feels like, at least for Team Risk, a team that if they even get a step ahead of you, suddenly you're getting stiff-armed, you're getting knocked down. Like, there's not a lot of comeback capability. They've got burn potential. They've got kill potential. Like, I feel like Team Risk has done a really good job with their draft.
They absolutely have. I mean, Cyclone's been looked great on the Jingwei game number 1. They weren't able to find the win, but it was still cooking. You've taken the Hecate away from Theeks, but Nuwa is about as easy as a mid laner as you can really get. She farms very quickly. You can always give your team that extra vision and, you know, apply anti-heal to the majority of the squad just by proccing Divine Ruin on your ultimate. So there are definitely great things that Team Risk has been able to grab despite some of these picks being targeted to take away from them. I'm just curious about this Pele. I've played a few Pele games myself. I think she's okay in the right situation, but you cannot fall behind. Her damage has such a steep fall off if you fall behind.
Well, it's do or get knocked down here. 5M's need a win. Team Risk up 2-0. One win away from the grand finals. We'll see if they can do it as we go to our casters.
Thank you, Gore Miser, and welcome in. Game 3 around the corner, and Team Risk are right there with a chance for a sweep. Let's head in game, see if they can make it happen and sweep their way to the grand finals with quite a lot of prize money on the line. And for 5M's, their call to avoid the lower bracket includes a Pele.
And I kind of love it, to be honest with you, Malum. I mean, I think that Scream has never been one to be, I'm having deja vu to talking about Awesome Jake, never one to be shackled by the bounds of the traditional meta. And Scream is going to play the Bastets, and he's going to play the Pele when no one else is playing it. Nothing else is working, you know? You've got to just try and make something happen. I like them taking Hecate first. I wanted to see them go Athena jungle, personally. I thought that, I believe Scream's played it during the Founder Series, and I do think it's pretty strong. But I still am happy with where 5M's draft got to and think it can succeed. That being said, you get Streak on Medusa again. I liked his Medusa more than I liked Cyclone's Jing. You get Genetics on Ymir again. That feels very strong. I think it's going to be on what can Benny on Hecate do and what can Scream on Pele do. Those are going to be the two picks I'm watching most.
It makes a lot of sense. Scream, somebody who, as you mentioned, able to play anything whenever, was actually somebody I was expecting to maybe see the player who would land with the Aladdin, but Pele might just bring enough to keep them going. But we're going to know quick. That's the thing. The desk was on it. We'll know relatively soon in this game how at least the early and middle portion will go.
And typically that still means 10 minutes or so, right? That's kind of been the set mark where teams start to get a little bit more aggressive is around the 10-minute mark. But remember that 5M's got more aggressive with their starts previously. Here's aggression.
Boy, die though. He's got to get farther away. Has the Phantom Shell. It is A. Okay, so scary for PPM, but not scary to go down. And in mid, a lot of dancing between the junglers. You got a low player. So this is a mess around the map. And mid, there's the blink from Scream. He's A-okay. Variety also alright in solo, but we're getting a bit messy.
Yeah, that was a little scary there for Scream, but he's able to blink out and stop any potential kill potential. And the blink from Genetics in exchange for Mike's Shell, a good trade for 5M just based on cooldowns alone, but it did gain pressure for Risk. I think they were going to get it anyways with how much stronger their characters are clearing in the duo lane. But regardless, Risk not going to let 5M's just farm to the first 10 minutes. I think that Pele should be hitting a pretty nice little break point right at that time, that 10 to 12 minute mark where they typically start to get aggressive. I would expect Scream to be one who could push pace a little bit, but he's out into a Thanatos, who's also very strong at doing just that.
Scream's nearby, a lot of damage on Variety, but with a dash that can cover that much distance, like Amaterasu can, not enough of an opportunity for Scream to go in.
Surprised to see the Ama. I agree with the desk. This is not a pick that I expected to see Variety go to. I thought it was going to be Thanatos solo with the aspect. Last time I saw Variety playing like he is today was Season 3 playing Thanatos solo against Energy. So I was ready for it to come out, but they decided to give it back to Lasper, who obviously played it phenomenally in Game 1, so no real complaints there. But I do think that something like Thanatos solo and then Fenrir jungle for last could have maybe been a little stronger overall, but you're not going to complain when Lasper's getting the Thanatos after how well he played it in the last one.
Definitely not, and it gives this overarching, this looming anxiety now in every fight, because Lasper was immaculate in his timing of that hovering death in every team fight. Even the ones that missed, you would still point out that the timing was fantastic.
Yep, he was on point with it, no doubt about it. So I'm expecting big things once again from Lasbra. Looks like Benny Q did use his ultimate in mid to try and pick Theeks, but Theeks didn't have to use anything, no beads, no ultimate down for him. So the first attempt at getting aggressive doesn't go 5M's way. And no surprise to see Ymir Medusa continue to put the pressure onto Jing Wei over here on the left-hand side. The biggest thing for me, the biggest surprise has not even been how well Variety's played. You know, this is obviously impressive from him, but we know that he's capable of this type of stuff. It's really that Cyclone has been such a non-factor. so far in this set.
Scream, waiting in the stealth grass, goes in with the volcanic lightning, but doesn't do enough damage. Now is caught with Variety, throwing that damage right back. With the Spell Leader almost ate Variety up, just with enough health to survive.
I thought Scream was sprinting it a little bit there. I mean, the trap is set for Theeks. Awesome. Then Variety walks up and Scream still sends it. If he would have transferred just one basic attack onto Variety, that would have been first blood.
Rebuke is already out trying to help Cyclone
Lasbra's
reposition.
here.
With Lasbra here, where are you gonna go? Even when you've got the damage on, Lasbra up. Is he afraid to go through? Goes right on past the tower. Not this time.
3 ultimates down now on the right side for the 2, but you get Cyclone's beads and you get more pressure and that neutral buff away from 5M's. Like the aggressive posturing from Lasbra, he had a great path. He stole this whole left side jungle that was up. Didn't have to rotate to that fight on the right-hand side because Variety was covering for Theeks. I don't think Variety's just there because he's going to steal Theeks' farm. He's there because Lasbra's communicating, hey, I can't be there. Make sure that we are covering Theeks on him going to get red. Excellent teamwork so far from Risk. How could you expect anything else?
Almost surprised, and I'm glad you point this out, that there isn't more of an experience disparity in the jungle, because there was a diagonal invade where we saw Team Risk go purple and 5M's go blue. But then Scream hung out in the stealth grass and didn't contest red, lost that, and as you mentioned, a lot of the jungle was gone, yet not too far behind Lasbra.
Pele's a quick farmer. She's quick to farm camps and she's quick to go between camps. And that's something that Thanatos is also doing pretty well at both of those, but not quite.
Freeze, dash from Cyclone, but too much on, just dead. First blood this time goes to Team Risk.
And Genetics now level 7 after getting that first blood. The duo lane pressure, you think about PBM and his teams and how they typically operate, it is typically him getting duo lane pressure, but this set, it's been Ymir, Medusa every game, and except for game 1, where the start dictated the fact that Genetics didn't get pressure in this lane. Every other time, it has just been constant pressure on the Cyclone spin, whether it's Uller or Jingwei. No beads, no ultimate, no chance whatever Ymir gets that type of access and that freeze. Wonderful flank in from Genetics and an easy first blood over to him.
You were turning the clock back to 2017. I'm going to go more recent. I'm going to turn the clock back to the Georgia LAN with Genetics on Ymir. In one of the games that Team Risk had to win, when they were having a bad LAN, Genetics started out with the first blood in Ymir and took off from there. Volcanic Lightning, a little bit off, but Scream's got it up now, but that's an opening. Variety takes that opening, but can't find too much. Cherry left behind, gets hit by the scythe, forced to use the Eagles rally, but they're still getting chased.
Lasbra still has ult, and he's going to use it. Hovering Death, Jingwei on the run, but it's Cherry who's the focus, and Lasbra's got the damage. Yet another kill for the Thana.
In the left lane, the Rebuke is out, Streak is caught, the bolts are on, but the airstrike's not going to hit. And now with Cyclone that low, just a little bit of acid and Cyclone spin will hit the dust.
Streak is just outplaying Cyclone in this set, Malum. He's just playing better right now, and how many players have been able to ever say, I'm outplaying Cyclone Spin in his role right now? I mean, it is a short list, but Streak is absolutely doing it. Cyclone got into a pretty decent spot, all things considered. Looked like he was going to just get cleaned up on that left side jungle, but turned it around. He and Mike almost got the kill on Streak, but since this is neither horseshoes nor hand grenades, almost didn't count for much.
At 8 minutes, Team Risk is already feeling comfortable. And again, if they get this game, they go into the grand finals with a significant champion's advantage. If you go through and if you make it to the grand finals with that advantage, you could get swept. You've got a potential best of one reset right there to keep you safe and give you that one more shot. That is it's the biggest advantage we've ever had. SMITE 1 or SMITE 2, that is the biggest one.
Without a doubt. I mean, you only have to win one game. It just has to be the right one, but you only have to win one game at the end of the day if you're coming out of the winner's side. So, I mean, we were talking about this set, and we were saying it's probably going to be close, 4 or 5 games. If it's going to be a sweep, it'll be 5M's that's sweeping, right? I don't think anyone expected Risk to come in here and look as strong as they do today.
Cherry turns the corner, sees a Thana, sidesteps the death sight, has the Eagles rally, gets chased out, but no. No engage from Lasbro. The farm becomes a priority. Meanwhile, we're chasing through to Phoenix over in the for 5M's. I mean, that was very ranked coded.
It was, and it's honestly working out well though, I think for 5M's, because look at the level disparity. BennyQ, I don't know if they just set the trap coming right out of base intentionally or just so happened to chase Theeks all the way back there, but Theeks is now falling pretty far behind in farm, and this is not uncommon for Nuwa. You know, she sometimes can just get behind, and because she doesn't move particularly quickly in between camps, she clears them okay, but not great. She's taking some pretty significant nerfs on the clay minions as well. I mean, it's just not easy for Theeks to get a lot of farm quickly on a god like Nuwa. Now, there is some advantage in that you don't have to rotate to a fight to affect it. So you can stay in mid longer than most other characters, catch up in farm, and still impact the team fight in some way, but it's not as clean as it could be on something like the Hecate that Theeks has been playing. But overall, I would trade Nuwa a little bit behind for the lead that Streak has over on the right or on the left-hand side, without a doubt, any day of the week.
And if you're funneling that farm into BennyQ on the Hecate, BennyQ was the other Hecate player. It was Theeks and BennyQ. There were others who picked it up and they looked fantastic, but those were two of the main ones that you could think of when you go back through Founder Series. And if you're already putting this much farm, you talked about BennyQ having to be the player that steps up in this scenario because of the god selection. They're setting the stage well.
Gotta go with your gut, right, on who is going to be your playmakers, and PBM's been very vocal that this is BennyQ's time to shine. This is the BennyQ tournament. You know, he's going to be carrying us. Time to show it, you know? It's time. No time to wait.
Pyromancer pulled by 5M's as we get close to the 11-minute mark. Team Risk is aware, and Pyro below half, a blink pass to get through the review. And inside the wave, Genetics ready to fight and steal the Pyromancer for Team Risk. We should have known when he wasn't afraid to step up.
Lasbro looking, has a target, it's gonna be Scream, no, he blinks
got it! Not getting him today with the ankle shattered. Team Risk's way in, it's shut.
Good blink there from Scream, right on time, but still, it comes up Team Risk, and that was a lot invested from 5M's. Two big ultimates that opened the gates, and River's Rebuke, as Cherry does not find Theeks with the ultimate. See him shaking his head there. Needed to make that play happen because you were losing Gold Fury on the left-hand side. If they would have gotten that kill on the Theeks, then at least it's palatable, but with losing an opportunity, not even getting the beads, right? You didn't even get beads in that spot with the miss. Tough pill to swallow. 5M's not in a good position, to say the least.
Cyclone Spin at the back camps, but note who's here. It's Scream, but he gets stopped in his tracks. What a freeze, but Scream's not afraid to turn it around. The sustain is a lot to deal with, but Team Risk have yet to fall. Genetics will be the sacrificial lamb, but look who's still stepping up. It's Streak, and he got some damage on the Cyclone.
Yep.
That's set up Lasbro to bring him right back down. Team Risk pulling something out of absolutely nothing.
Man, you see the power of the Pele there. They don't expect that lifesteal. The Reaper pickup from Scream as well gives them lots of lifesteal, and I think all of us were shocked, including Risk, whenever he went in with his ultimate. Nearly was able to make it a clean pick, but as you said, Streak knows when he can put out some damage, get some pot shots on the Cyclone as he's running away, and it makes an easy cleanup for Lasbro.
That really can set up Scream going the Reaper first item, too.
Yep, you get more and more, it gets more and more powerful the more times you're able to get players into that low HP threshold. You get that extra strength, extra lifesteal, I believe. Really love this pickup on Pele. That plus the passive that kicks on when you're low, lots and lots of lifesteal.
It's always been Scream's MO is being mechanical, but knowing the characters inside and out and making it work that time. And it's important to note because we've been putting a lot of emphasis on the Hecate. We talked about some shortcomings in this set in particular from Cyclone Spin, but if Scream's able to step up on this Pele, that could disrupt the whole flow of Team Risk.
But he's got to find Streak. You know, there he kills Genetics, which is great, but it's not good enough. It needs to be on the Streak. It needs to be on the Theeks. These backliners cannot afford, if you're 5M, cannot afford to let them continue to free pass as they have. not a lot of deaths on Theeks and Streak combined in this set so far. They're gonna need more if you're gonna win. And Pele's the pick to do it, you know, but it is oftentimes a one-way ticket. You're getting the kill, but you're not getting out. You can get 2, then it gets a lot better, but I'm a little worried that if they only kill Theeks, then Streak is just gonna be able to run rampant through the team fight. I will say that Nuwa is not the type of character that scares me to keep alive in the later stages of a fight. Like, her ultimate is obviously a big benefit, and her minion stun is good, and her damage uptime is better in SMITE 2 with the changes that she got, but it's still not nearly as scary as something like a Hecate who can really turn a fight with just a couple cooldowns. I think Streak has got to be the primary target for Scream and for Cherry, who for the first time are on easier to synchronize dive characters. Hades kind of wants to play in and out of a team fight. Gab, you have that tension of wanting to play in your backline as well. This game is simpler for Cherry. Drop your ult onto Streak, whatever, Scream goes in, or after Scream goes in and Streak dashes away, ult Streak. It's a very simplified game. Now it's time to execute.
Team Risk, first at Pyromancer at 15 minutes. It's going down quickly, but 5M's is aware. BennyQ trying to find a spot. Spell Leader going to be early. The gates a little early too, but that can get them away. Won't matter. Pyromancer goes to Team Risk. Another objective in the face of the other team.
And they've got 2 runic bombs now. The question is, where are they going to spend them? Could be a big opportunity to try and go to goal.
Engage in mid. Genetics low. And PBM will be the one to die? As 5M's is pulling the Fire Giant, they've lost their support. That's going to force them off the fire with Team Risk just kind of having every advantage across the lanes.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, I like the idea. It's, let's try and cheese a fire because Pele can tank it with the Reaper. You know, Jingwei is here with decent DPS. She already had Xe. It's a decent idea, but look at what it's cost you. Now you lose PBM, and now it's Risk on the Fire Giant.
Scream is so low, and Lasbro took a position where he could find him very easily. Now Lasbro's got damage on the Cyclone as well. Meanwhile, way too deep into Team Risk is Cherry. Cherry's still plenty tanky, though. It didn't take as much as he might have thought. And that's an engage for Scream into the backline. Lasbro looking for an answer. Can't find the execute. Cherry still standing. They can't kill him. Finally, Variety gets him down as Cyclone cleans up Lasbro. 5M's finding a fight they needed so badly. Fire Giant will go to 5M's. Team Risk gets TKO.
For the first time in what feels like 90 minutes, 5M's have a pulse. They're able to find something. It's Cherry making it happen. We needed the solo side of 5M's to step up. Cherry takes the 1v3, set Streak to 20 HP, gets his Phantom Shell. He switches out, Scream into the backline. Easy cleanup onto Streak, and then the jukes out to make sure that he doesn't fall to Lasbra, making Lasbra chase him end up falling. Variety has to end up giving more in that team fight. Really great work from 5M, and it just feels like it was due for them to happen. They just finally needed something to go their way. Now they need to convert on this. It was a messy fight. Risk tried to pick up the pieces from a mistake from 5M's, but now 5M's is capitalized. Now 5M's has a lead for the first time since the middle of game 1 when they threw the lead sieging the left side Phoenix. How do they convert?
This game is swung at 18. You can hear the crowd chanting for PBM. We can see PBM on his player cam. Even with Cherry stepping up, you still have the leadership from PBM to say, all right, we've got our way back in. We don't have to play the same way. Let's reallocate, let's refocus. And for Team Risk, it's got to be this mindset of, all right, we're at the advantage. We don't have to rush and make mistakes.
Right, we messed up one fight, is all Genetics is going to be telling his team. Yo, we messed up one fight. It is fine. We are okay. The question is how much gold can 5M squeeze out of this Fire Giant buff? You know, Scream also has Obsidian Dagger. He is going to send it into the back.
100%.
And he will not leave until everyone is dead or he is dead. You know, those are the only possible outcomes from the inevitable dive from Scream if Risk lets him. That's the thing, is that I feel like Risk here can just not do too much. They can just kind of wait around, give up a couple, give up the tier 1 and left, give up the tier 1 and mid, defend your tier 2s. It's not going to be easy to get them, I don't think, if you're 5M's. Cyclones doesn't have the itemization to knock them down.
Team Risk rushing up the wall, trying to stop Scream, but it forces that volcanic lightning to get away. We saw Genetics shut down Scream momentarily earlier in the game in duo, so maybe that's the play, is just keep Genetics sights on. This Pele is not getting to my back row.
Well, this Fire Giant just became so much less threatening for Risk immediately, because that ultimate from Pele is so much of her kill potential. She has so little without it. So without it, what is 5M's going to get? Are they even going to get more than one tier 1 tower and a Naga? I don't think so. And if that's the case, they have the lead now, yes, but still doesn't feel like they are in control of this game to me. It still feels like Risk has the easier engages with Ymir, with the wall.
Feels like they made it attainable. Is this 1v1 as attainable? That sustain's gonna kick in soon, and Lasbra knows it, steps back. Scream goes to heal. Lasbra still close. The team's beginning to rotate over. This could explode.
No, ultimate almost back now for Scream. He's gonna go for it!
Volcanic lightning! Is he gone before he's up? No, Lasbra able to get up and away. Scream put on the table there, but Lasbra had the timing somehow, maybe just taking enough Stone of Binding to get through that.
Just enough HP from the aspect and just enough tankiness from the Stone of Binding to survive. And Scream has just now finished another pen item, so that won't be as likely to happen. But losing Blink there is pretty tough for Scream. I like the idea because you get the tier 1 tower with the play no matter what, right? It opens up the map for 5M's to get something else, but it still doesn't feel like 5M's got enough out of that Fire Giant. Even just getting one more tier 1 would have helped them gain map control, shut down those base teleporters a little bit better, open up the middle of the map. Only getting the side lane tier 1s doesn't scare me too much.
The gold swing from that initial Fire Giant fight, while that was significant, you can see in the chart, it's been on a steady climb, but we wanted way more from 5M's from it.
No doubt. Just not enough to feel like you're in complete control of this game. But remember that last fight was really fractured, and I think that did benefit 5M's in a lot of ways, but they also have great AoE.
Gold Fury, one shot. Cyclone Spin has the shot. Genetics with the Talisman to get away. The chase is on from 5M's. They want some picks, but then they go too deep. Lasbra already shut down Scream, takes to the skies. Where's that next opening? Is there one? Lasbra full commits down to the side, has backup from Team Risk, but where's the damage? It's all on to Team Risk so far, and Cyclone Spin gets one, but it's traded back as the ADCs start dropping bodies.
Just not enough damage. You called it, Malum. Risk get the chase, but they do end up getting PBM, but losing Variety in the process is a pretty big loss. I think you're seeing the difference between the Nuwa and the Hecate right now. This Nuwa, yes, she's top player damage. It's Nuwa. She's always top player damage.
If Nuwa has a 4 key, she's got top damage.
Exactly. It's just not enough range. The Hecate range and over-the-wall capability is so important. Theeks just can't keep up. The extra movement speed from the shield isn't there. It all makes a difference. And Scream just got bit off a little bit too much there. I think if he's just more patient, if Mike can get there to wall off his target, it looks a lot better. But Scream just gets blown up too quickly. He's going for another tank item. He's already got a Screeching Gargoyle. I do feel like I would have rather seen him go another damage item and then just be more patient with his spots. But Scream feels like he's the initiator in this game. And it can work when Pele is your initiator. On the flank, getting the fight started. But it means that the rest of the team has got to be quick to respond, that Cherio has to be next to him.
Exactly.
All of those types of things have to happen there. Scream was alone, didn't work.
Cherio's got to be a big key. When the fights work for 5M's, they've got Cherio involved. The Fire Giants at half, and Team Risk is near, but they'll both step away. This might be one of those kind of dances.
I think it will be, yeah. I mean, no Gold Fury for a while, no Pyromancer for over 2 minutes. No real towers that you can siege, characters that aren't the best. I mean, Scream's actually got a pretty good flank coming here. Can't show on this wave, but don't see any ward vision down. I like his angle.
Genetics gets flopped back by that Riptide. Now stuck in the waves too. Can they bring down Genetics with this? Is this the go button? You've got damage spread across the map, and a split fight. Scream finds a target. Cherry's got things. 5M's trying to make it happen again. The fractured fights have been the 5M's answer.
And the patience there is so much better from 5M's, right? They let Genetics walk a little too far forward. All right, let's wall him off with River's Rebuke. Scream, excellent access into the back line, waits until Genetics is walled off, and then goes on to Theeks, doesn't blow the ultimate, doesn't blow the blink, instead just makes the ultimate go off, and then waits for Theeks to land, and then rubs his hands together and gets to work, because then it's just free pickings for him. Good fight from 5M's, much more controlled, much more calculated, and what do you know, much more successful.
25 minutes. 5M's on the Fire Giant yet again. And again, Team Risk is plenty aware. Fire at half, 5M's let it go, look for the fight. They see Lazra around the corner, a Scream, gets the knockup, gets the pick! Thanatos down to 5M's, nowhere to go.
Still 2 bombs on the map right now for Risk. Both of Variety and Genetics have one, and they could throw their hat in the ring to steal it.
Doors open to the side as well for Variety, for the Amaterasu to come in around the side. Fire being done slow, now below half. That door might shut soon. Variety's got to go if he's going to go. 5M's, they're going to go too. The engage gets denied with the wall. The PBM got Variety. It screams intro. Got one low. Team Risk might fall apart, but you got to get some abilities to land. Stampede is the play, and Shriek Up is dead.
Runs him down with the Stampede, and Fire Giant's already done for 5M's. That time, again, look at the controlled patience from 5M. They wait until their ultimates are back up. That fight was so long ago that they can just wait. They let some people reset, they posture, and then they set up for the dive on the streak, separate him from Genetics, and let Scream and Cherio do the work. Finally, 5M playing this front to back properly and able to separate the front line from the back line. They get the right side Phoenix, and now it feels like this is the Fire Giant to break the game wide open.
This is the Fire Giant that gives the swing to 5M's. We wanted earlier. The gold is starting to skyrocket. Items are being finalized. You've got more towers to go. You've got an Ancient Fury available on the left-hand side. You can add a Pyro Bomb to your arsenal. This is everything 5M's has been trying to accomplish, achieved.
Beautiful. I mean, they get to clear the map. You want to talk about some stuff after the stuff. They've got it. You know, Phoenix, Tower, Pyro, Ancient Fury. They get to back, and nearly all of them have enough to complete a full item. 3 players with 3K in hand as they back to base, and they are set up. And this is not the fire to break the game open, Malum. This should be the fire to end the game. There is no reason that 5M's can't threaten Titan with the position that they're in now.
For Team Risk, this has to be, it's got to be frustrating. It's usually, when we're in these scenarios, you've got a game you can kind of play with. Not necessarily waste, but you don't have too much to worry about. But there's got to be something there for Genetics to not want to give any opening to PBM and his team to break a chance at a sweep. You don't want that again.
No, he's been there. You know, he doesn't want to experience that again for sure. And Mike has experience last year. Reverse swept the team to get to the finals, so he's done it before. I just feel like the difference in this game has been the inability for Theeks to put out consistent damage in the team fight. It's 1-1-1. That is 1 or 2 kill participation across 8 kills as the mid laner. And Benny Q, on the other hand, the damage is just so much more consistent. Have the ultimates been good from Benny? Not really. They haven't really done much, but the rest of Hecate's kit is so much more consistent damage than Raw outside of the ultimates that it's been more beneficial for them. I think this Hecate pick was the linchpin. I know Zap was talking about it on Twitter that you can't give Theeks Hecate anymore. I think the 3-time was onto something, man. This pick has been different.
Scream in the mid lane on that Phoenix. He gets down to half before he backs away. The 5M's are starting that push up, looking for the way in. A Team Risk trying to delay it. A dazzling offensive to try to slow it down. A stun finds 2. There's follow from Lazra. Is there a pick? Is the sustain enough to keep Scream alive? In the air's Lazra. He might go all the way for this chase.
No!
Cannot get it. And it goes back. Gets caught by the almost rally, and Cherry shuts him down.
The movement speed just too much from Pele. The healing is well. Benny on his dome. Theeks goes down.
Unreal from 5M's. This is the kind of siege that you cannot let happen. For Team Risk, this is the scary moment you had to avoid.
20 seconds left on Fire. Not a lot of time, but only one ultimate. Nits Genetics also has Blink. Gotta watch out.
Wall to slow it down. 5M's not feeling pressured, waiting for the right
7
moment.
seconds.
That Riptide was the moment, and down goes Risk. 5M's will not die quite yet. They're keeping up, and we got a game 4.
That is exactly what the doctor ordered for 5M's. It wasn't just a win, Malum. It was a win through the right side of the map. It was Scream, it was Cherry, it was Benny. The duo lane struggled again for 5M's. Cyclone again did not have to do much in that game, especially in the early stages. It was Scream, it was Cherry, it was Benny, and that is exactly what 5M's needed. Now, what do we have to respect Pele all of a sudden?
Right,
like, that's
exactly.
something we have to worry about. We have to respect Bologna for Cherry, and we have to worry about Scream potentially playing it in the jungle. Hecate is now the pick that I am centered on. Athena did not go picked or banned in that game after being banned.
Seems like
in
it
the
wasn't
first
needed,
two.
apparently.
Wasn't needed. Is this the fateful game where Aladdin can get through and get played? I'm excited to see picks and bans for game 4, man, because now I think the whole set is flipped upside down.
This game has changed the entire energy of the arena, and if there's one thing we know about PBM and all the players in 5M's, they know how to feed off of a good crowd. And there's more games to go now, game number 4, when we come back from this break.
No more emotion. Started escaping, now everything's known. Dove in the deep end, stuck and I can't swim. So out of breath, I know I don't have long. Yeah, this is way too much. Just give me the rush. Yeah, this is way too much. Just give me the rush. I'm done explaining my pain. This is way too much. I wanna feel you. Hurry up, give me the rush. 'Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide that's trying to drown me. Full of excuses for way too long. Don't wanna sing another heartless song. 'Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide. It's a riptide. Explaining my pain, this is way too much. I wanna feel you. Hurry up, give me the rush. 'Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide that's trying to drown me. Full of excuses for way too long. Don't wanna sing another heartless song. 'Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide. It's a riptide. I'm done explaining my pain. This is way too much. I wanna feel you. Hurry up, give me the rush. 'Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide that's trying to drown me. Full of excuses for way too long. Don't wanna sing another heartless song. 'Cause it's the last time that I romanticize the riptide. It's a riptide.
Welcome back, everyone, here to the SMITE 2 Founders Series. And what a set this is now. It's getting electric as we look onto the horizon of a Game 4. I want to, I guess, give some people at home a little bit of good news for watching. You're getting some rewards out there. Twitch drops available all weekend long. Yesterday, there were a couple that were dropped today so far. Chaos Champion Badge, I got mine, not gonna lie, I've had it open on my laptop. And then the Up the Ante Global Emote. But of course, tomorrow is the big day you want to be tuning in, because tomorrow, if you watch for 2 hours, you're going to receive the Founders Vegas Series card effects. That in and of itself is pretty big. But when you watch 4 hours, I've seen some codes going up specifically on Twitter and stuff, but you could just watch here and receive the Jade Dragons Bologna skin. I mean, this thing looks phenomenal. It is absolutely gorgeous. And so it is something that you want to make sure that you're tuning in. And again, you're also going to make sure you link your accounts, all of that good stuff to make sure that you're getting the content. But it is just a simple thing to do. Do what you're already doing. Tune into the stream, make sure that you're here the entire time. And that would be your reward. It is a gorgeous, gorgeous skin. Of course, celebrating their Season 10 victory, the last SMITE 1 World Champions getting their skin. Of course, a couple of those players right now on the stage trying to put themselves in the history books for SMITE 2 in the Founders Series. Still got Shelly, still got Hazer with me here on the desk. Of course, the people that they're going up against, at least 3 of them, were Season 9 SMITE 1 World Champions that are also trying to put their names in the SMITE 2 history books and have been giving them trouble. But this game, Shelly, finally we got to see 5M's do what 5M's do.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like this was the game that was finally able to put Lasbra and Variety on the back foot a bit, right? They were feeling themselves this whole set, but Lasbra on the Thanatos, he was missing some of those hovering deaths, and honestly, I can't even blame him considering how much movement, how much sustain and healing you have to take into consideration. Like, someone's in Threshold 1 minute and then they auto attack a wave, or Mike gives them a healing, and then now they're on a Threshold. Now am I going into my death? Not to mention Scream just running around like a chicken with his head cut off. Like, if you use the enhanced 3 for Pele and use your 2, you actually have a leap now, so that it's like so much extra movement you have to think of. Scream was going crazy on this Pele. Variety, unfortunately, this Amaterasu just was not quite as impactful as he has been so far this set. And the big one that Aggro touched on a fair bit, taking Feeks off the Hecate and putting it into Benny Q's hands was, I mean, it was like night and day.
Yeah, speaking of chickens with their heads cut off, we got that rat out of the mid lane finally and replaced it with a Hecate, and that was just night and day for Benny Q. I also want to kind of drill down into what Feeks was not able to do this game. He was pressured so hard by Scream on this Pele. I saw him getting dived at his mid-Phoenix. I think it was about 8 minutes into the game. He was driven all the way back. He just was unable to farm, unable to play. And I think they also stopped the other carry playing. This Bologna for Cherry was able to stick onto that Medusa, stop her having that team fight impact. And finally, the difference between Streak and Cyclone in this set was much less pronounced in this game.
Now, I don't know if we're going to get it, but in that replay, and this is very important to note because it got sent to me as a clip. Actually, shout out to Nika, because it was a clip from his stream to see it. And Malum, I think, caught it, but it was one of those moments in the heat of the moment. There's still a fight going on, right? What you're going to see. But you see the Yemoja kill Ama pop up in the Fire Giant pit. And watching it back, it was the doors from the Fire Giant. Like, if you're standing in between them, they close, they kill you. So what killed Variety there? Credit to PBM, that's the one kill, but it was the Fire Giant doors that took him out.
He was chilling there for way too long, man. You can't be standing in the doors. You never know when they're gonna slam on you.
It is important. Like, there's so much in that last fight,
right?
That, you know, if it doesn't happen, probably go a little bit. Like you said, Cherio putting a lot of pressure on the Medusa, and suddenly she's kind of out of the fight. Very easy to chase down. You get a lot of pressure with the Bologna. Then about 3 seconds after he's just pushing her back, there, Shelly, like you said, Lasbra's a little off the mark with a hovering death, and then suddenly 5M's just swarm in.
Well, just think about how the fights have been going so far. It's been Lasbra and Variety tag teaming, alley-ooping on each other. Like, they've been diving in tandem. If you just 100-0 an Ama because she stood in the door, Lasbra's job gets infinitely more difficult, right? He cannot just be like, oh, I guess I got to do it myself. It's not going to work. So, you know, a lot of things went right here. The Hecate's the big one for me still, but the fact that Scream was on something that doesn't have to farm until late game to actually do damage. Mike on the Yemoja, so much better, more impactful, be able to control space so much more than the Geb. And then Cherry not on a full damage solo laner so he could get bullied. Ended up doing a lot of the bullying this time around. So, I mean, Team Risk has a lot to think about, but picks and bans are going to be much more interesting.
Yeah, the good news for 5M's is that they kind of finally figured out a draft which works. The bad news for them is, because Risk lost that match, they now get choice of side, and they can choose to mix up the draft, change up the side that they're on, change up their bans, and try and find some answers here. I would expect to see them to switch back over to first pick here, and maybe try and get that Hecate for themselves.
Now, is there anything to either of you, because obviously the Raw wasn't, like, it did some stuff.
The Raw wasn't great.
But it wasn't doing what it needed to do.
It wasn't great.
Is there something, like, if they go first pick, if they grab that Hecate, is there someone that BennyQ could go to that's like okay, cool, this is the Hecate Crusher?
Well, I'm thinking in my head, there are 3 gods that you don't want Risk to have right now. And I don't know if Aladdin is falling into that category, but I'm thinking Afro, I'm thinking Hecate, and I'm thinking Thor.
Yep.
So, I mean, you've
That's
got
a pretty good list.
You've got your own choice right now if you are Team 5M's. Hopefully, Risk overthinks and bans one of them for you. That's your best case scenario.
Well, guess what? We can find out here. Game 4, picks and bans. Risk still lead the set 2-1, best of 5. And I'll have you know, Mike in the interim did walk by, and he said, "Yeah, you enjoy that? We got 2 more hours to go." So he is planning. They are pushing. They want a game 5. Of course, it all starts here. They have to make it through here. Afro, Shelly, you had just mentioned. Thor, as well, getting banned away. Aladdin banned by Team Risk.
Risk is doing all the heavy lifting for him. I mean, let's see. Maybe they let. Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest. That would get in my head.
I mean,
Have I heard that many boos for a decision I made?
5M's has been banning the Uller as well here, I guess, because again, Cyclone God, it didn't do much with it, but they still fear Streaks Uller. So I don't think you ban Hecate here, but they do. All right, so let's see. Team Risk, they have their option. Have they been prioritizing this Uller as much as 5M's thought? Or are they just going to take something? Nope, they are. Okay.
That's interesting. I was thinking they might not even need to grab it first and could have gone for something else that they value, take that away, because I'm not sure that Cyclone Spin wants to go back to this Uller. They banned it out last time away from themselves and had some success with that Jing. This time we're going to see Streak pick up the Uller. Presumably, that's going to go ADC. Could perhaps be flexed over to the mid lane for Theeks, but I think he's more of a traditional mage player.
I'm locked into what BennyQ's going now, because I think he's seen the performance he's had so far, probably, not exactly pleased with it. So where else do you look to mid? There's Athena that's been going back and forth, but if you're not going the Raw, I still think Agni is great. I know it's been shut down pretty consistently this tournament, but I still think Agni, once you're able to get to level 5, can really control space in that mid lane. It just depends on, have you been practicing it, and is it something you're feeling on?
I feel like I would have been, well,
love that.
I mean, perfect. I was going to say, I feel like I wish you had been with us at dinner last night. I think you took an early night, but you would have been arguing with Inbound over the Agni, I think.
Yeah, well, Bobby's not a mid laner.
Yeah, see, man, there was a mic drop behind that, I heard.
Yeah.
Bobby's not a mid laner.
Once again, mankind needs my help.
Nuwa
I
again,
must protect
Theeks.
them
Why does he
and
keep
the
picking it? I just don't
secret
see what it brings. It does the ult. It's easy to play, I guess, but I feel like it got so little value in that last game.
Would you win the
Out hard.
Cuckoo?
I would have gone almost anything else. So yes, Cuckoo would have
The
done.
Cuckoo is at the forefront of my mind with Theeks almost always. And
With
you
a
have to
fan.
support exactly. So that's the only other place I could see him going. And with the Pele, I mean, 5M's, they found their rhythm. They got Mike back on the Emoja. You can get Sherry's hands back on the Valona. I still think this Agni is great. I have been proven wrong once, but I think it was more so just, ease of play as opposed to the god himself. And Cyclone, I mean, the Jing Wei has been fantastic for him as well. I can't fault this draft.
I'm really interested to see if Laspra is on this Athena. I expect he will be.
Right.
If he goes for the aspect again. I got a little bit of insight from that team, and it turns out that he accidentally selected the aspect.
Oh!
The last time he picked it, he meant to go regular Athena, selected the aspect, and he was like, okay, guess I'm ulting enemies now. Worked out very well. They were killing Chrome a lot in the duel lane with that Athena ult, but that was a bit of a slapdash for them.
I thought you were going to say he accidentally ulted into well. I'm like,
do
I
that.
would hope so. I would hope that was an accident, but picking the aspect is way different. I think the real weight of this game for Risk is, do they get the insane value out of this Uller that has been alluded to so many times? Because 5M's has they've given up some crazy picks to make sure that Streak does not get this Uller.
Well, we've got some spice in here, and Agni picked up for 5M's. They need to win this to push us to 5. Team Risk still one away. The only way to see how it's all going to shake out is going over to our casters.
Thanks, Score, and it is indeed game number 4. Somehow, some way, 5M's continues to put up the fight, and you saw the sign. 5M's, 5 games, reverse sweep, the possibilities there. We gotta get through game number 4 first. Team Risk still on match point, into game number 4 we go.
And it is not an aspect for Lazra in the jungle. Hazer told me that yesterday, and I was like, no way, man, that Lazra accidentally picked it in their set against Smoke Break. But they got the dub, that's what matters, and now he's made his choice and not gone with the aspect. And I think that's a good choice, particularly against Pele, where you want to just protect Theeks or Streak against this all-in dive from the Pele. You want Defender of Olympus to be providing mitigation to the shield, not trying to get kills necessarily on the other side. I'm with what the desk was saying though here, Malum. My eyes are on Streak on this Uller. He has played lights out on the Medusa. He has played so well that I really thought, I wonder if they're going to pick Uller at all, because Cyclone played it so poorly, and he's been playing Medusa so well that I would maybe consider just sticking with it. But they decide to go with Uller. Got to pay off in this game. Don't think he can afford to have a run.
Realize what a damage on Cherry. Solo laner things, but a bit more low than most are comfortable with. Variety will win out on the laning phase. So far, yeah.
He's going to get priority here, yeah.
With the conversation of Uller, I also don't want to forget mid lane.
Yeah.
The new Wa, Hazer's reaction was my brain. We're sharing a wavelength. I kind of couldn't believe we saw it. I mean, the damage was there, but you said it in game number 3. The damage is always there.
Yeah. It's just not effective damage the vast majority of the time. So much of it's from your ultimate and so much from mysterious fog just kind of meandering through a fight.
Damage on, shell out, stuns good, PBM low. Backs up with Chalice ticking. Risk used that positional advantage to head towards more farm. And I'm sure 5M's are happy with that. But there is a lurking screen we can't forget about.
Genetics is going to be able to harass Cyclone a good amount here. Not, of course, going to ever kill him, but will certainly annoy him. And Scream's presence on this left-hand side is intriguing, because you think Uller, Ymir are going to be so aggressive that maybe you can make something happen, but instead 5M's takes the small win of just not getting invaded after all the pressure on the PDM. I think that you're right to call out the new Wa here, Malum. It was obviously ineffective in game 3. But I do think the rest of Risk's comp is better. I think that with Uller, that is strong. I love Lazra on the Athena jungle. He is so good at this pick. And Variety did not have a ton of impact on the Ama. We called his name very little, especially in comparison to what he was doing on the Thor in games 1 and 2. So I like him going with something different, something a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more fight-oriented. See if they can get Cherry behind again, because Cherry had his best game by a mile in game 3. What if we just didn't let him have another good game if we're on Team Risk, right? What if we got to pick him over and over again because we're playing something like Fenrir in solo? I expect to see good aggression coming out from Risk on the right-hand side, because Uller, Ymir need no help to get kills. They can do it all on their own.
In doing so, that would swap a lot of the pressure on the map. Team Risk was so into fighting on the left-hand side. We've seen it throughout Founder Series. If you can secure the purple buff timers in that area, it can set you up for gold and make rotations from solo easier. It was understandable, but to focus on Cherry, you've got to switch that up a little.
And they could do it here, Risk, but we also see these teams, these genetic-style teams, play around mid a good amount. You know, they won't necessarily look for kills, but just group up and roam a good amount of the time. This is one where I expect Cherry to be under some amount of pressure from Variety. Remember when Trelly was saying, like, as soon as Agni hits 5, he gets a pretty big power spike. In Smite 2, he now gets access to all 3 bombs as soon as he puts that first point in the ultimate. Benny, not letting them accrue interest, to say the least. He spends them as soon as he got it.
It tracked it really well too, which is kind of important to note, because I feel like if you can keep Theeks pressured out like that, we already saw a screen give a hard time across the way. Maybe you can do it even more so taking advantage of the, I mean, that's a lot of flames to deal with, but a lot of CC, a lot of quick damage too with your Theeks. You might not be able to get into the fog to get away.
And there's a lot of snowball potential if they can get Theeks down early, because now you've got Pele, who chases kills super well. Agni, one of his new +1s, is that hot streak where if he gets a kill on an enemy god, now his passive is immediately charged up and isn't consumed for a good amount of time afterwards when using abilities. And Combustion, Agni's passive, is worth a ton of damage. One of the sneaky, strong passives in the game for sure. I wouldn't be surprised to see Benny could get a couple multi-kills this game if things are going well.
I would not either. And something that's cleaned up a lot throughout this set. Even with a lot of the games that have gone Team Risk's way, Genetics has gotten better each game. It feels like from that first game on Ymir, where it felt like every time the camera went to Genetics, the Ymir was in some sort of trouble. That's definitely felt like a thing of the past.
No issues for him. Got the early shell from Mike, didn't end up being a kill, but that pressure has certainly been there. I just wonder if we're playing for the same pace, which every team outside of 5M's early kind of has been. Can we see this Cooler get far enough ahead of the Jingwei like you would typically expect? You know, that's typically a matchup in SMITE 1 where you'd say, oh, the Jingwei can't walk up, she can farm, she can play into that matchup. But now, with how much slower the early game seems to be paced outside of the initial invade potential, I feel like Jingwei might be able to get a little bit closer, but Cyclone has not been going any lifesteal whatsoever in his build. He's gone for a Chin's Rush again. He was doing the Lernian Bow before, but has changed it now to this Chin's Rush. Streak, once he stacks up this Transcendence, I think should be a pretty solid threat to Cyclone.
Jumped in, fight over the rogue camp. But look who's here. It's 5M. Variety. Sensing some trouble, holding on to Ragnarok, uses it.
What?
Too late. First blood, the cherry on the Bologna.
Wow, Mike was lurking there, and I was thinking, are they, is Scream gonna come over? I doubt that he's gonna be in trouble. Lasbra has ultimate, didn't use it to give him that mitigation. Just expected to not take that much damage, but PBM, even though he didn't do the typical Yamoja Glad Shield rush that we used to see, has enough damage in order to support Cherry and get an important kill onto the soul laner for 5M's. Really nice play.
Really can't beat it. Let's take a look at that first blood. See how things broke down from it. It was.
Your right tower is under attack.
This is a different
that was,
blood, I believe.
Yeah, I think it was last blood.
Yes, I believe that could have been.
But
last
this is the
blood.
first blood.
This is the first blood. Exactly.
With
We're working through it. I mean, I thought Variety was fine here too. I mean, it's a well-timed gank. I thought it was just going to be in order to get some pressure, but Variety just takes too much damage. Yeah, and the River's Rebuke was really well-timed, really patient. Ended up not needing it, but even if they didn't have the damage immediately to kill Variety, they would have with a River's Rebuke back.
Still just the one across the map so far, but remember, a lot of these games so far have had this slow burn pace, and it blows up as aggro setting game number 3, that 10-minute mark. We start to see people get antsy. We see the movements around. A lot of farm on the map at that point that you're more farmed up and itemized to get.
Way easier to get aggressive at that point. And we're already seeing a little bit more aggression, Streak trying to poke Cyclone under tower. You've got a little engagement potentially here in mid. Agni was rotated over to the right-hand side as well, just to get some guaranteed farm, while Mike and Scream picked up mid. Now that we see, Hydra's done, as Jerry on the run, is he? Yeah, okay, I was gonna say he's fine.
That was ambitious.
got a little spooked that Variety was gonna be able to catch him. But I really think that 5M's is very happy with this game pace. They are much more equipped, I think, to get into the mid-game fights and feel very strong, because Theeks' damage is not going to one-shot you off of the Athena taunt anytime soon. Eventually it will, but it's just not nearly as threatening at this point. Scream is by far the scariest on the map.
Speaking of which, Variety needs some help from his friend Lasbra, who arrives just in time to get him away, but Scream was lurking for a hot minute, and that Pele had a lot of hot minutes in the previous game. The damage was insane, the sustain was crazy. And one thing that you called attention to that I feel like is just as important in this one, the Pele was a lot of the engage for 5 minutes.
Yes, she really was. Starting off fights really well, and then eventually a transition into Mike trying to just separate off Genetics, and that was kind of the initiation for them. Jerry's got to be careful here, but oh, Scream's also lurking. Both soul laners, no ults, both junglers hungry for a gank.
Scream's got beads, no blink in hand, but still interested, it looks like, if they step up, but Team Risk, they do not. The opportunity does not present itself.
But like I was saying, it eventually transitioned into Mike walling off Genetics with Rivers Rebuke, and that's how a lot of fights got started. I now think it's even easier for 5M's to start fights. I don't think Agni is better than Hecate for Benny Q, don't get me wrong. Hecate is clearly looking to me like the premier mid lane god by a significant margin. But Agni is a much better fight starter and much better initial follow-up from an initiation from something like BBM's Rivers Rebuke. So I expect the fights to play vaguely similarly. The biggest difference is that now Lasbra can easily support Theeks or Streak on Scream's dive. That is very simple for him to just channel Defender of Olympus and be a real mitigating factor, literally, in that dive. Is he going to be able to balance his responsibility on him being the primary initiator for Risk and still being able to turn and help his backline? It's a difficult tightrope for Lasbra this game, but he is an excellent Athena player, and I think
Risk, the first to Gold Fury. The answer for 5M's is far away. They will not get there. One Gold Fury to Team Risk at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. It gives them a small lead, but it's important because those objectives that have been stolen quick like that away, they've meant a lot.
They have, but that's the Ullr Ymir difference right there. Those two gods just guarantee that you have first move into something like a Gold Fury 10 minutes into the game. It's just impossible for it to go any other way.
Those bombs are really starting to hurt. It creates an opportunity that will force out the New Law ultimate. And one on the way down, built the mark. But that damage, that pressure, it's all there.
Benny Q's making the Agni look pretty strong so far, not looking too weak.
Pyro pulled. Team Risk there to contest is let go by 5M's and picked right back up.
Five here.
Risk. This is going to explode quick from the side, but that Riptide gives 5M's an exit path. They're going to utilize it. Pyromancer got reset, but the closest steal is kind of far away. Meanwhile, there has been some proxying as well for Screams. A lot of farming in Pele pocket. That's the biggest positive is Pyromancer goes to Team Risk.
Yeah, but I don't like Scream being split there because you feel like he's such a potential threat that you want him if you're going to be trying to pull an objective like Pyro.
Thought maybe there was a go button, a Ragnarok. Looks, can't find it. Now Defender of Olympus comes out. Maybe a bit of a weird choice of the PEMDOS there for Team Risk. But now you still have Scream at your blue. A jump in from Variety, trying to keep it. Volcanic Lightning out, damage on. Genex responds quickly and is A-okay. That blue buff gets stolen away.
Still got Scream's Relic overall. Pretty good as another taunt from Lasbra. Scream in trouble?
A lot of delayed fights here. Scream in a lot of trouble, but still not dead.
Healing!
He's not dead! He won't die! He gets away! And Variety is the one to go down. An insane turn, and what a way for Scream to get away. And now Genetics needs that same kind of miracle. Is it gonna show up in time? One more, got him!
Benny Q finally able to take down Genetics, and that is the Pele yet again here for Sprack in the jungle. That turn and burn is able to turn it around with the Reaper, get that lifesteal. Mike shows up at the perfect time, didn't even use the shell. Mending Waters is all that was needed. And this is what is great about this Pele pick. It is all in, but it is also great bait potential. It baits Variety in, and now Variety, 2 deaths. The front line is starting to separate now. Look at the level lead in solo, in jungle, and in support, all in 5M's favor. Now the back line is in favor of Risk. Both Theeks and Streak holding level leads there, but in the early game, frontline level leads matter way more than backline. Just getting naturally tankier is so much more valuable. You don't get nearly as many offensive stats per level as you do health stats or protections. I think that this is a great opportunity for 5M's to keep on fighting. I'm surprised they don't like this option.
Dash in attempt from Cherio, gets caught in a lot of CC, but takes no damage at all. The Eagles rally, trying to force something, has yet to force anything other than their own relics. Cherry safe, but the engage for 5M's just not there that time.
No, a little split. It seemed like 5M's did want to just stick on the objective and not worry about the actual fight, which I am a bit surprised about considering the game state that they are in. But they just got some big items completed as well. I mean, Crusher now done for Scream. We've got Obsidian Shard for Benny. This is looking like a good position for 5M because I think their just straight up 5-on-5 team fight is stronger. They just have so much CC. They have so much area denial between the Agni and the Umoja. They've got good survivability in their backline with Agni and Jingwei both having dashes. And I just have to be shown that this Nuwa is a real threat. I just haven't seen it yet.
14.5 minutes, Gold Fury pulled. Genetics, we saw this before, was able to sneak in, get the pull, the blink forward, there's an answer, but no, Benny Q secures the Gold Fury for 5M's, their first one of the game, and their gold lead continues to grow.
No Stampede available for Genetics, so no chase is possible. Genetics went Stampede into Hussar's wings, and I'm not a huge fan of this, Malin. It's so expensive. Theeks in trouble.
Stun, damage on, up to the sky on the landing. How much danger remains?
A lot.
A ton. But he might get away. Defender of Olympus, the turnaround. The squad's here. What can you find? You can find a fight from the dog. You cannot find a pick on the 5M.
Mike just cool, calm, collected, man. He has the Talisman of Purification. Check this out. 5M's try it again. Variety sniffs it out once more.
There is no way you're calling that. The Stampede to get close in time. 5M's grouped up, turn, they want the fight. Cherry's already almost dead, trying to buy that time. And there's no help in sight, so Cherry's biting the dirt.
Yeah, Cherry gets sold by this play call, man. He's just there to try and buy time for the rest of 5M's to get out. They keep trying to do this little Jingwei plus Pele. As soon as Jing gets a little bit of pen in the XP, we just try and sneak it. No way they know. That's twice now that Risk has not been caught unaware, and twice that 5M has lost a lot of momentum off of that play. Still feel like they are in a good spot, but it's not as good as it could have been. Cherry dies and is now falling behind in farm. He's down 3 levels to Nuwa and 2 levels to Uller. When you're behind as a frontliner, I was just saying being ahead as a frontliner is more valuable than being ahead as a backliner. And I do think that that is true, but being behind as a frontliner is really, really rough. And Cherry is going to need some time to farm up that I'm not sure Risk is going to give him.
Risk at the fire. They begin to damage it. 5M's, they've got members close, notably the Agni to the left of Fire Giant.
They have
close
2
by.
bombs.
Can they grab it down to half? Theeks stunned out. It's still going slow. Team Risk
Double
taking
bomb.
their time. Here they go. That fire is going to go down one way or another. But who will be the one to grab it? It's Variety and Team Risk, but the chase is on for 5M.
I don't think they can catch him. Cherry's got his best to try and cut them off, and it's Streak, but he still has the leap. Stun is good from Benny Q, and a great riptide from Mike.
Back. Streak, will he go down? Not quite yet. Matter of fact, they're turning around and dropping damage back off the wall from Genetics onto the Bologna. There's some good damage, but the CC's right back. Cherry still stands. Cherry no longer stands.
That wall from Genetics was just too clean, separates Cherry once again. And the Pyromancer control has been intentional from Risk all day. They have really highly prioritized getting those runic bombs, and it pays off there. It's a risky pull, but not in terms of secure, because double bomb is just so much more damage than anything 5M's can do. They staggered them. So as a taunt on a Cyclone's gonna get his beads, and the airstrike.
He's not safe yet. There's still an Uller chasing right behind. I don't know how Cyclone can get away from that. The answer is Scream will not. Scream dies? Not Cyclone in that?
I have no idea what just happened to Scream. I mean, this is a nightmare for 5M's. I felt like they were in such great control in this play to try and pull the Fire Giant again. Just completely took the wind out of their sails. They might lose a mid-Phoenix here, Mal.
There's only 6 kills on the board, but 5M's are getting sieged like it's the end game. And Team Risk has that end
Mike
game
dead?
in mind.
He's dead!
Mike is dead! But Genetics will fall to Benny Q, trying to put together a defense. Got damage on Variety as well, but the mid-Phoenix now being sieged out. A blink forward from Lasbra, not followed up on by the stun.
Good damage from Benny on the streak, though. Benny doing what he can. There's not a lot of front line here to support, waiting on one more bomb to try and kill Streak.
He got him! The Phoenix still hasn't fallen either. BennyQ putting on a defense, trying
Cyclone.
to hold 5M's into this, and Team Risk realize it's 19 minutes. They start pulling back. 5M's looking for a chase. They're gonna find another one, but Laz returns the corner. Will he survive that answer? Oh no!
Scream's gonna catch him every time. It's a fight back from 5M's underneath their Phoenix on the defense, but still they lose the Phoenix. They lose a lot of map pressure off of it. What can they get with 3 dead after Genetics now just respawning? Just this Pyro, maybe gold, but it's gonna be risky. Benny is playing so well on this Agni, making this pick look Hecate adjacent in value. Solo made that defense happen because Mike gets taunted and killed, Cherio gets taunted and forced back, Cyclone forced back. It was just Benny there, and for him to get that much damage off, to kill Streak, to survive at the end of it, man, it might be BennyQ's tournament if he keeps playing like this, man. He is lights out.
For a brief moment, I thought that might be it.
Yeah.
I thought Team Risk would just stagger enough deaths, catch 5M's enough, and you said it perfectly, take the wind out of their sails to a point where they just got uninspired in the defense of nothing's working. But BennyQ able to lift everybody up at that last possible moment. And the way that it was brought back, we're coming up in 21 minutes and we had 6 kills and a gold lead spiraling for Team Risk. Now we're at 10 and we're getting closer and closer to even again.
Now, the mid Phoenix is a problem in a lot of ways for 5M's, but it also means that Risk doesn't have a wave to push there. That fire wave's gonna push on its own, and so that's free farm to get collected by 5M's. Plus, when the Phoenix respawns, you get some gold. I don't think that they're gonna be able to use this map pressure well enough. That Phoenix going down really won't bother 5M's a lot, I don't think.
5M's is close to this gold Fury. Team Risk let it go. It resets in health, and 5M's back away. It looks like they both realize we really want to all in for this gold.
It's going to be tough to do if you're Risk. You don't have the type of lead. Benny no beads for 8 seconds, but that isn't enough time. Scream going in!
Lasbra getting blown up, gets a dash away at the last second, but Scream will not let that chase go. And Scream will find the pick. How many more is there going to be in this mid lane? Well, Cherry's got an answer!
One more!
And BennyQ will help slam it through. It's Variety. Time to go, Genetics, and Team Risk fall back.
Think back to game 2, where Scream is playing Loki and he tries to ambush Lasbra, and Lasbra turns it around and kills him. And it feels like the game's just immediately over because it was right after that. There, Scream sees Lasbra and just hits the gas pedal. He just immediately sends it, full send onto the Athena, gets the kill, kills Variety on the rotation as well, and now 5M looking at a fire giant.
Genetics will take some poke on the way
Good wall
to make the contest happen. That wall gets him stuck, but the fire is still being done. At a quarter, and Team Risk is here to contest. Genetics is already low, and 5M's turned their target priority to the Amir. The Athena's still gonna land, but on the landing is okay. The fire goes to Team Risk. They steal it away in the face of 5M.
Scream had the runic bomb, but he placed it too late. Streak up over the top. Assume with Hail of Arrows gets the fire giant steal. What a play from this ADC who continues to impress here in Las Vegas. Man, I felt like it was so clean and collected for 5M's, but Genetics does a great job of just buying time. Walls off PBM and BennyQ. That meant that the DPS wasn't there from Benny. It meant his dash got blocked and he couldn't really pay attention to what was happening on the objective because now he's worried about his life. Lasbra's able to get there again by some time, and it's Streak who steals it away, and we got a replay to see it, which I'm happy to see. I think Scream dropped this bomb at about 700 HP, and with the delay, that's just too low in order for it to go down. Streak is under no siege back here whatsoever, and just says, yo guys, don't worry about it. I'll be taking that. Bladed arrow is the thing that does it. And he got the dagger. This psycho, that absolute madman. I didn't even see him get the dagger.
left in
If Risk win this tournament, we're going to look back at that exact play as a big reason why.
While we were checking out that replay, Team Risk continued to march down the left side of the map, cleaning up towers, farm, anything you could ask for along the way. 5M's preparing for what I'm sure they didn't expect to be another defense, but how they had started to turn this game around. But we're starting to feel like we're back in some game 1 scenarios type of defense. And remember the mistakes they made then.
Yes.
5M's can't get desperate now.
No, and just like last game I was saying, Genetics should just be telling his team, guys, we lost one fight, we're okay. If I'm 5M's, they won the fight. They won the fight handily. And it doesn't look, I'm not seeing anything that tells me Risk can win a 5-on-5 right now unless they use the Fire Giant buff. So if 5M's can just play it a little slowly, not overextend, wait for this fire to run out, or just defend on the Phoenixes and see what we can do there, the game is still in an okay state because Scream is still very, very strong. Betty Q is still very, very strong, and Cyclone is getting to the point where he will be strong soon. So I think that this game is still okay for 5M's, but it's obviously Risk who is one 5M's mistake away from moving on to the Grand Finals.
5M's, you have to wonder, Scream's target, who's that going to be? We've seen Scream's targets adjust. Streak has the dagger, has the damage, is on point this whole time too.
Poke is excellent for Betty Q, and Genetics the only one without that Fire Giant buff, so that poke actually sticks. No health chalice for him either.
Team Risk at the mid Phoenix, looking to make something happen to lock their slot in the Grand Finals. 5M's, they want to make this go 5. They want to continue what PBM seems to be so good at, enforcing those reverse sweeps. The mid Phoenix, as it's sieged, it's dropped, and 5M's unable to make a full-on stop.
That damage from Nuwa is starting to get really threatening, Malum. It's just Blinkin from Lasbra, got the beads from Benny Q, and just that, plus a reach, plus Nuwa damage with about half of Benny's HP.
5M's again, grouping at the left Phoenix.
Nice taunt.
Looking for a go button. It gets stopped, and Scream gets dropped. Team Risk fighting it out in the left lane, and they're making it work. They've lost Genetics, but they still have Streak. They still have fight.
Whoa!
But 4 gets stunned, but Benny finding the ball might not be enough this time. Another goes down to Team Risk.
No tank left for 5M's. Mike died, still had the shell up, and I think it would have made a huge difference, Malum, in keeping Scream alive to let that lifesteal happen. Instead, it's now just the backline of 5M standing between Risk and the Grand Finals.
How much do you have if you're Benny Q and Cyclone Spin? If this is the moment, what can you do? What have you got? Do you have that miracle in store? You gotta buy some more time. 5 till PBM. But Team Risk don't wanna wait. They're going. The damage from Benny Q is good enough to back them off for now. Benny's got the fight in him, and Cyclone and Benny combine to keep Team Risk from the base.
The crowd loves the defense, and 5M's is still standing. Benny Q and Cyclone Spin, 2 men against 4. And they like those odds. No problem for them in defending. Great patience from Benny. Doesn't get taunted. That's the one thing he could not let happen, and he doesn't let it. Beautiful stun. Cyclone goes in and then buys time with airstrike. Absolutely love it. Man, what a game. Now, the mid Phoenix being down earlier wasn't a big deal for 5M's. Now, this left side Phoenix down as well is a problem for the Chaos team. They're going to need to be concerned about where those fire waves are on the left side of the map and how long they can afford to stay here and defend. They've got Jingwei, just like they did in this scenario in game 1 of this series, but Cyclone wasn't able to get back to the fights in time in any of those scenarios. He's gonna have to be a little quicker than he was in game 1 so he can get back and actually affect these fights.
Our eyes keep going to Scream, but man, I just, what Benny Q and Cyclone Spin were able to do, almost in presence alone.
Yeah.
I mean, towards the end of that, they looked Team Risk back.
That's aura, baby. That's aura right there.
It's aura. They've got the dog in them, but the Fenrir's on Team Risk, but you gotta find more. Team Risk around the fire, but 5M's, they've been hanging out for quite a long time on this right side. And they're using Cyclone Spin to clear minions. They get back quick.
Yeah, Variety's hunting him too because he knows he'll just come down and land. Genetics, good wall. He's right to be scared of Benny Q's damage.
There's a jump in, Cyclone, insta ult. to get away. 5M's, they're really, I like how they're playing this. They're keeping their eyes on minion waves, but not allowing Team Risk any free attempts at this fire.
Yeah, they haven't lost any HP on the Titan quite yet, but I was going to say it's about time for that wave to be coming in on dual lane side. Reload on the wards here from Risk as they go back to base and reload on sentries, finish off some items. Sona binding done for Lasbra. I think this is still a difficult spot for 5M's to be in because they can't afford to go back and get more sentries. They just can't let Risk hit the Fire Giant. Only one bomb this time for Risk. That is worth noting. Most of the time they've had 2 on these pulls.
From here on out, it's got to be perfection if you're 5M's.
Yeah.
Anything less, you're done. And I know they know that. You can see it amongst them. They know that. And Team Risk,
that ward just expired.
Like they might too. Without that, they see Scream along his side. Taunt no good. Scream on the getaway gets caught by Variety over the wall. The ult committed. Scream gets away. Lot dropped.
He's fine though. He's able to get healed up by Mike. But that is a large amount of the pressure on the kill potential. No, did he
He's
get
not
caught?
out. Around the side, might have to use anything to get out of the situation. He's got help from Agni around the side too.
Is that lifesteal good?
Gets off of it, and Fire Giants being pulled from Team Risk. 5M's cannot afford to split this time. They've got trouble in their back line. They're just keeping BennyQ away from that fire. The Athena is diving with the Fenrir, and 5M's can't get through. But Cherry's fighting on. He'll take on all of them, but it will not matter. He'll get shut down by Streak.
Cherry had to do it though. I love the play, to be honest with you, because he's got to just buy time for Jingwei to get there. He did exactly that.
Phoenix
Cyclone gets the Phoenixes up, though I don't think he cleared enough fire waves and left. He's gonna have to go back to defend that. Cherry is just in at that point because Risk had gotten the Fire Giant low enough, down to half HP to force Cherio to commit. Now they can go right back to it as soon as they see Cyclone on the map. 5M's, undeterred, still here and trying to steal it away.
You have the Riptide to get in quick. Genetics has the wall to shut it down. The door not being used to the side. They're out. Team Risk stepping up, and 5M's will concede. The Fire Giant will go around the belt to Team Risk at 31 minutes. But the Phoenixes are back up, and 5M's still have a chance to defend. Add on an Ancient Fury.
This is a good play by Cyclone to get this Ancient Fury, because that was really going to make it impossible to defend your Phoenixes if they were debuffed by Ancient Fury and already weakened. So now that those are back and there's no Ancient Fury, it's not an easy task to defend these Phoenix, but it's a possible one. Would have been impossible otherwise.
We know how they did it last time. If BennyQ and Cyclone just seemed to have a force field in front of them, they had the perfect positioning. But Scream died instantly, and it feels like that has to be one of many things that 5M's can't afford on this incoming defense.
Scream has been a non-factor in the last 10 minutes, and it's really due to Lasbra and Variety marking him wherever he goes. He got spotted by a ward. I thought it had expired in time, but maybe they'd use an Eye of the Jungle charge to see exactly where everyone was, because I thought Scream had a great flank in, but just really got zoned out by this backline in that instance, but front line the vast majority of the time. It's going to be hard for him to find an angle into the back. And Pele's not exactly the front-to-back queen in the jungle, right? She wants to get immediate access into squishy characters. If he can find it, Scream, he can one-shot them, but that's a pretty big if. For the last 10 minutes, Variety and Lasbra have made sure that he's got no chance.
We've seen it matter in big moments. Streak up, still sitting on an Obsidian Dagger for this next fight.
Yep.
Team Risk step up, mid and left Phoenix. Ragnarok out. Beads is the answer for 5M's in the middle. It's a fight for Cherry so far, but he's got to keep hanging on.
It's really not very tanky right now. Chase beats for Ragnarok, but even then, Benny takes a lot of damage.
They're forced out in mid. Team Risk back up. They did not get that middle Phoenix yet. It's so low, though, and the left one is down. 5M's are about to find themselves in the same spot they were in just a few moments ago.
They've got more frontline alive now. That's good. That's good news, but otherwise, it's not looking great for 5M's now. This pressure on Phoenixes from Athena jungle with the Hydras and the Bumbas is just really high.
Lasbra?
Well,
gone?
That's one way to alleviate the pressure on the Phoenixes. That's one way to do it. I don't know if Lasbra was backing, looking for a pick, what, but I don't think 5M's is going to let Risk run away for free Stampede is up on 5M's, but can they catch?
I don't know how to pick up my jaw from the floor for this next fight. The 5M's stepping up, they see an opportunity, and they see Genetics caught in the stun, still being followed through. Streak's trying to help from the side. Genetics turns around, gets a two-man freeze, goes into ult, is doing work, and is still getting away. An engage out from Variety too helps get his support out.
Wow, I can't believe Genetics lives there. That Hussar's wings ended up mattering. Slows did not happen on him whatsoever. And they're able to turn it around, and Risk is just gonna try and chase back 5M's. Lazarus up in 12 seconds with ultimate. Scream is kind of a no man land.
Scream just got caught out by Variety. He's gonna have to win a 1v3. There's no chance in hell for anyone like that to live. Scream's gone, and Team Risk with a new opportunity.
I thought Lasbra getting picked was the worst possible play. That was worse from Scream, because that is really, really difficult for you to bounce back from. Lasbra gets caught by a Benny Q stun and sets up for that pick, but Scream, why is he down there? He's going to farm? I don't understand. I really, really don't like the call from him. That was brutal.
Live side of things, the right side Phoenix, the siege begins from Team Risk. That's the last one standing for 5M's. They groove up around it, looking for the defense, but they've got to deal with trouble brewing towards their backline as Variety is lurking, and they've got to let the Phoenix go. No more Phoenix's stand for 5M's.
Just tough, man. I mean, I think that the decision to try and chase them down, what else are you doing with that time? If you're 5M's, I don't blame them whatsoever. I thought they'd be able to kill Genetics at the very least, but not able to catch him, not able to get him locked down in that River's Rebuke. Still had Phantom Shell, and then Scream getting picked is just absolutely devastating. It completely destroys the chance of taking this next fight on even ground. This should be an easy Fire Giant now for Team Risk. I doubt that 5M's is going to try and come out of their base to contest it, because just the timing is brutal here for 5M's. Their Phoenixes are not quite up, but Fire Giant is up and ready to go.
36 minutes, and
They're out.
we're up over that 100,000 gold mark again. It felt like a borderline guarantee with how these games have been going. 5M's is on death's door, but they've still got fight in them. And this Fire Giant's gonna decide a whole heck of a lot of Team Risk. Not the first to start it up. It is 5M's. They're 5 on fire. Team Risk looking for an answer. Genetics slow, gets a big freeze, but still stuck. Cherry goes for the engage. 5M's looking to make something happen, looking to make their own miracles. And Benny Q might lead the way, but they lose Scream along the way.
Streak was so low. It was such a great play from Scream, but he just didn't quite have enough damage. And I love the call from 5M's. Forget waiting around to lose. Let's go in there and get messy, you know? Let's get down in the mud and just get a weird Fire Giant pull happening, make it a little chaotic, and it nearly works perfectly, but Risk just able to survive. Losing Theeks does put a stop on the aggression and might buy enough time for 5M's. But look at this.
Left and mid Phoenix up, and the fight's in the jungle. Team Risk think they got a pick,
Benny!
but they've run into a red wall. 5M's bringing them down. A big time pick, 60-second response. The left and middle Phoenix are back up, and 5M's continue to have fight.
Look at Mike, man. He's clapping it up. He knows it's getting messy right now, and that's exactly what 5M's wants. It can't just be clean smite from here. You've got to get it to be a little bit chaotic, and that is exactly what has happened. Now, this should be an easy Fire Giant for 5M's, and they only have one Phoenix down. I wonder if Variety could backdoor mid Phoenix. It looks like he's hanging around waiting to try and ambush someone. No way Streak does it again.
If Streak does it again, he's ready. Gets Riptide and slows him down. Arrow out too early. Jump away. He's caught. Streak's in the dirt. And 5M's got a Fire Giant.
Variety is on mid Phoenix. He will not.
He can't get it.
He will not get it. And 5M's now starting to roll. They've got the Fire Giant on all 5 and 55 seconds left on Streak. They might be able to end the game.
Unbelievable, but 5M's have shown zero quit in SMITE 2 throughout the entire tournament, and they're looking to force a Game 5. They've got the tools, they have 40 seconds until Streak Up is up. Now add a Phoenix to what they've got.
Decide not to go for the end. Up 4 members, 2 towers up. I think it's the right call from 5M's. Just take your win and try and get another fight going. But all the traditional looking fights have gone poorly for 5M's. It's been these messy ones that have really gone their way. And now that you're letting Risk kind of set their feet and catch their breath, Streak coming back up, that is a little bit of a concern, I think, for 5M's. But overall, man, you can't ask for more if you're a team of this NA squad. They've got all 3 Phoenixes up. They've gotten a right side Phoenix down. Their right side Phoenix will not need to get pushed out because they've got matching fire waves now. They've got Fire Giant for a minute 50 plus. Man, I love it when Trelly gets to make fun of Bobby and then be proven so right.
It's the best time,
This
isn't it?
Agni pick has been absolutely perfect for Benny Q. It has been a huge difference
Over
maker
50k damage
in this game. And this backline from 5M's is just untouched. They have 0 deaths between Benny Q and Cyclone Spin 40 minutes into this game. Lasbra has been too busy trying to keep everyone else alive in the backline, and he's done a good job of that, but it has made it so that he can't access the backline like he could with the Thanatos pick.
5M's pushing down the left side.
No way he
Lasbra
can kill this,
in
right?
Looking to consider to make the play. Gonna pop up on the map now. So 5M's will be aware.
Oh, he's gonna try and backdoor it.
They're sent, no, they call back the recall from Scream. Lasbra's still in solo, and 5M's begin to push up to the Phoenix.
That was a nice idea. If Scream channeled the back there, that would have completely alleviated the pressure, but now 90 seconds, Lasbra on the way back.
Where is your engage? What's your go button?
Cherio.
It's right there, but you gotta get back out. The Eagles rally for the escape. The Ragnarok on the chase. Fights one with Defender, but you gotta fall back out. So 5M's keep Cherio, but man, was that scary.
And I think this is good for 5M's. They should be able to just regroup, heal up with Fire Giant, heal up with Yamoja, and go right back at
Still
it.
have a minute with Fire.
No beads on Cyclone is the big one, is the big cooldown that Risk got there, but it cost them 4 ultimates. Lasbra's got Blink coming up. No Talisman of Purification for Mike. I don't know, man. It's going to be close. Scream might be able to get enough pressure here with his ultimate still up.
Scream, always one to watch.
Lasbra has no ult.
The damage. Lasbra is stuck in an island in solo. You have to take the old-fashioned way back if you want to be a part of this fight. But it seems like Team Risk don't want to fully call Lasbra into the action just yet.
No Naga to drop here for 5M's. I think that would have been a huge beneficial thing to have, because now Lasbra can just come by wave cadence. He doesn't need to stay all the time. He actually almost has Defender of Olympus up again, which is crazy. Tons of cooldown rate in that build. I don't know if 5M is going to be ready for it. Also has Blink Taunt ready to go on to Cyclone Spin.
5M step in, Eagles rally, leads the way. 5M's ready to make the play. Cherry is cut off from the team. Stunned up and done! Streak finds Cherry, but the engage on the rest of 5M's doesn't go great until Streak Up fights back and finds the double. Streak Up stops everybody. Thinks finds Cyclone and 5M's, they are stopped.
Benny Q and PBM are the only 2 left. And I think they've got to try and take this fight now while the rest of the team is still weak. It's 5 versus 2 for 50 seconds, and it was just too little damage coming to help Cherry. Cherry goes in zones, both backline, but no one from 5M's can kill the front line. Trap set.
They were able to turn the corner, but they can't find damage onto Variety. Meanwhile,
Now
mid
they
lane,
can't back.
don't lose sight of Team Risk, who's marching down mid. 5M's is in a race against time to get back to the base, to defend, to keep themselves in the upper bracket, but they keep getting stopped along the way. Team Risk makes their way into the throne room with Streak and Genetics. 5M's still not here. Here they come.
Benny Q gonna try and do it, but it's not gonna be enough!
No, they can't do it! 5M's go down and Team Risk take it. They go right to the grand finals.
Impressive stuff from Team Risk. It looked sketchy there multiple times, Malum, but they find a way to claw back and put themselves into the grand finals on the winner's side. Lasbra and Variety continue to impress on that right-hand side, but it's gotta be Streak in that last game, stealing away the Fire Giant, getting the big kills, hitting everything, barely ends up getting touched in that game. A whole team effort from Risk. They do it yet again. This team, we knew they would be contenders. We knew with how they played during the Founders Series, they should be considered one of the teams to beat. After their performance in Atlanta, we all had some question marks. But now those questions have been answered. This Team Risk team is for real, and they are going to the grand finals.
In 5M's, while down to the lower brackets, they've showed they know the definition of fighting and not being afraid to go down. So Team Risk, they're in the grand finals. 5M's, they have a chance to get there. We might even see this again. We got a lot of teams left to go, a lot of day to go. So Desk, break it down, guys.
Thanks so much, Malum and Aggro. And I mean, what a everything game set, whatever you want to slice into. I mean, so much. No matter, this is going to be true for both teams. So much goes right, so much goes wrong. The only thing that's more true for Team Risk is that the things that went right end in the Titan falling down.
Heck of a performance from Streak. I mean, that Fire Giant steal I'm still thinking about. That really was the turning point in the game for me. Sure, it went back and forth many times, but if 5M's was just able to confirm that FG or get off and to start a fight, I can't help but think we'd be looking at a Game 5 situation. Regardless, there were so many good walls from Genetics. I mean, Theeks was staying safe as well as possible. You know, just adding into the poke. Oh, maybe they can end? Oh, we got hit by a new wall. Oh, we can't go in. We have to get sustained back up. The stall, like, you have to peel so hard from Cherry and Scream diving your backline. As Gore said, so much had to go right and so much had to go wrong just to get to this situation, but it ends up in favor of Risk.
4 games. There's so much. I mean, realistically, there were a lot of saving graces, and you know, much to Trelly, who I think was I'm gonna say it was a called shot, right? I mean, you saw it right before it got locked in. The Agni was doing a lot of work that game to keep things going. So was the Pele.
Yeah, you gotta give your flowers to Benny there. He was outstanding in that game. I think did he even fall at the end there? I know he was 6-0 going into that last fight, and he survived, so I'm sure he hadn't fallen a single time. They were really struggling to get to Cyclone spin as well, but finally, the Nuwa had some impact. I think Cyclone escaped out of that siege on the Phoenix with about, I don't know, 600, 700 health, got destroyed by the Nuwa ult coming down and ends up hitting the deck. And I think that was the turnaround here for Team Risk, and that's why they're going to the final. Their base defense was outstanding. Ymir Wall, a great tool to stop people hitting the Phoenix. Nuwa 1 and 2, really, really impactful, clearing the minions from safe distance, and then using that ult to re-engage after killing the Bellona under the Phoenix really turned that game around.
Not to mention the ease of execution of just having Lasbra on the Athena. Didn't have the fanciest stat line, wasn't exactly popping off, making the flashy plays, but Dash Taunt held so much fear in the eyes of 5M's, because they knew, okay, Blink Taunt, Dash Taunt, there's just so many ways that you can set up for the axe coming from Streak or any sort of damage that they had to respect every single siege, every single initiation coming from Team Risk. And I think that stopped them when they wanted to go into Phoenix, right? There's a couple times where 5M's had the one-man advantage. They had, you know, the ability to go in and actually siege the base, and they were like, but they have Ragnarok, and they've got this taunt, and we don't have beads up. We got to be so careful. So they would just decide and sort of stall and just wait, and it ended up not working out for them.
I mean, this is a matchup, and I mean, again, you can start dissecting little moments where, like you said, hey, this Fire Giant steal, like, could you have zoned there? Well, but you know what? 5 minutes later, you didn't, and you got another opportunity. Somehow, you got another opportunity. You know, there was a moment like on right, Scream dies. Even at the end there, right, where you get this big dive from the Bellona, and it's like, gotta deal with Streak, gotta deal with Streak, gotta deal with the Ul. Gets to him, dies. Scream goes massive just to the side, but guess who's still alive? Streak up. And that sometimes is all you really need, especially in a Phoenix defense. That range, I mean, It's just everything feels like it went really, really good in one specific moment for Team Risk at the end, and that's sometimes all you need when the game gets that long.
Absolutely. I mean, you would think the players on the other side, and maybe you would think Streak Up isn't the player to be making the clutch plays in that game. You know, you look at all the experience there, the World Championship wins in SMITE 1, but it seems like it was Streak over Cyclone Spin that decided that set overall. He was the X factor. Variety, of course, had those outstanding performances on the Thor, but after that got banned away from him, kind of fell off the pace a little bit compared to Cherio, but it was all Streak Up. This guy has arrived on the scene and arrived on the scene in style.
I will say, at least in my eyes, what I was considering coming into this, I was like, this is going to be one of the best sets of SMITE 2 we've ever seen. I think I can go ahead and say and stand by that. That was. I mean, it's just incredible.
So far.
SMITE. So far,
the
you're
best
right.
sites you've seen so far. The tournament has still yet to go, and you know, we talked about this a bit, and I'm curious to what you guys think about. Would we see this matchup again in the grand finals? You got to remember that there's some hungry teams sitting and waiting to see who they're going to face, right? Like these guys are still like, we're in this too. We want to get to grand finals. This is not as cut and dry as it may seem.
Because you end up in this really hard spot where if you are, you know, looking at this Team Risk, as Malin mentioned at the end, they are in the grand finals. They're there. 5M's isn't out. That was still an upper bracket, right? You get to take those 4 games, plus watch this next set, do whatever you need to kind of prepare yourselves. What went wrong with our draft? What went wrong with our play? What do we need to fix up? What do we need to change? And then you get to watch, find out, smoke break, food drive, whoever's going to come face you. One of them, if you've already beat this tournament, the other one, you know, who knows, right? A coin toss, maybe we'll find out who that's going to be, but you're in a pretty good position to be prepared for that. So it's going to be a do or die moment later, but they are going to have that do or die moment. Right now, though, probably floating on cloud 9, a 4-game set, really, really fun to watch SMITE, but a win and a spot in the grand finals. We got Lasbra standing by on the stage.
We have Lasbra indeed, Gore. Lasbra, you guys played one heck of a set. I was jumping up and down during that series. I almost fell out of my seat, but man, because after game 2, all right, it looked like you guys had the series well in hand, but game 3 comes up, Scream picks Pele. It feels like things started to flip in 5M's favor there. So after game 3, what's going on in the comms getting ready for picks and bans in game 4 and how to react and counteract?
I mean, I think in game 3 we could have won, even though they had pretty good pick and bans. We just adjusted a little bit, and we were pretty happy with how the game went in game 3. Obviously lost it, but we were pretty confident going into game 4.
I mean, that game 4 had some really back and forth moments. Looked like you were going to win, then it looked like 5M's was going to win. There was a moment where you die, and Genetics also dies, and it looks like 5M's are finally about to win. How are you guys staying calm in that moment and still able to make a play at the end? Is it just strong leadership going on with comms? Are you guys just that different?
No, I think the leadership is playing a big role. Like Genetics and Harry, they just know what they're doing. They're always calm and collected, and that's just how we need to play it. And yeah, I'm very, very proud of the boys.
Well, you're representing EMEA in the grand finals here in the SMITE 2 Founders Series. But down in the lower bracket, you could see 5M's again. Do you want to see them again? Or maybe I should ask you, who do you think you can beat?
I mean, I think we can beat all the teams. And it would be fun to play against Mike and them again. You know, Mike being my old teammate, and we won Welsh last year. And obviously Cherio, but he was the coach. It's been very fun playing against them, and I think there's some pretty competitive games.
All right, Lasbra, well, thank you so much, man, and congratulations on making the grand finals. Good luck tomorrow. That's Team Risk making it to the grand finals. There's still a lower bracket that we got to get through to figure out who's going to be playing against them. So get up and take a quick break, because we're going to go on a break and be back with the lower bracket.